Chapter 633. After the Battle of Miracle City, the Big Dry Empire and the Forest Alliance formed an irreconcilable grudge. One was an empire, one was an overlord. The Big Dry Empire couldn't endure this kind of shame. It was the same even if they were asking for it. In the past 10 years, even if the Big Dry Empire had fought with the other empire-level powers on the continent, they had never lost as miserably as Miracle City. The Forest Alliance still couldn't become a recognized empire-level power on the continent, so because of their defeat in this battle, the Big Dry Empire had lost all their face. If it was a normal kingdom, this loss of face wouldn't matter. At most, they would lose a bit of face. But for an empire like the Big Dry Empire, this loss of face wasn't just a problem of the emperor's face. It was related to the empire's prestige and influence. The empire's prestige was related to their benefits. Any empire-level power on the continent had over 100 small and medium subsidiary powers. The Big Dry Empire had 130 subsidiary powers, several warring kingdoms, several large and small kingdoms, and several large and small sections. What did they rely on to manage all these powers? Even if the Big Dry Empire's army was strong, they couldn't manage all these places at once. These subsidiary powers obediently paid tribute to the Big Dry Empire every year, mainly because they were afraid of the empire's prestige. It was the empire's influence that restricted them, making them not dare neglect the Big Dry Empire at all. Therefore, the stronger the empire, the more loyal the subsidiary powers were, and the more they paid tribute. An empire's face was directly linked to their benefits. Miracle City's battle. The Big Dry Empire had suffered heavy losses and lost all their face. Not only were they ridiculed by the other empire-level powers, some subsidiary powers were also affected. They thought that the Big Dry Empire was weak and wasn't worth trying to please, so their tribute would be greatly reduced in the end. The Big Dry Empire's competitors would even take this chance to make some of the opportunists change sides. Miracle City's defeat this time would have a long-lasting effect on the Big Dry Empire. Therefore, it was urgent to save their face. Next, Miracle City itself was becoming a serious threat. If they didn't personally see it, it would be hard to imagine that such a strange flower would appear on the continent. Miracle Commerce had only been established for 3 years, but it was a road that couldn't be completed in 300 years. Miracle Commerce's way of rising was very special. They didn't recruit soldiers by horses, fight, or expand their borders, but they had this kind of large effect. Although Miracle City was pushing aside the Big Dry Empire, the Big Dry Empire had been paying attention to Miracle City, so they knew what they had been doing recently. After the summit, Miracle City was getting closer to the 6 empire-level powers, which made the Big Dry Empire feel very uneasy. The rise of an empire-level power in the Forest of Chaos was only a matter of time. The most terrifying thing was not that there would be an empire power on the continent. Rather, it was that the Forest of Chaos had a very special position on the continent. It could become a link to other powers, finally forming a special alliance across the entire continent. If Miracle City really succeeded, the Big Dry Empire would find it hard to take a single step forward, and there would even be the danger of being swallowed. It was time to break his spirit. They had to deal a heavy blow to Miracle City. The great Qian Empire had paid a high price to invite the 2 factions to form an army of 1 million soldiers. Among them, there were close to 700,000 regular soldiers and about 350,000 elite soldiers. The great Qian Empire had sent 150,000 of them. This army strength was enough to fight an empire. The Big Dry Emperor personally leading the army showed his determination to win. Miracle City's defenses in the Forest of Chaos weren't bad, but the Big Dry Emperor didn't believe West Sea City had this kind of defense. As long as they destroyed the Forest Alliance's West Sea City, it would be equivalent to cutting off the Forest Alliance's influence in the Western Sea. This would deal a heavy blow to the Forest Alliance and allow the Big Dry Empire to take back several Western Sea subsidiary powers. The Big Dry Empire's influence would expand to the Western Sea, and they could station a large number of troops in West Sea City as a springboard, constantly eroding the Forest of Chaos. This way, they could slowly defeat Miracle City. Other than strategic considerations, Miracle City's city lord Chu Tian had chosen West Sea City to hold his wedding, and the Miracle Continent would open on this day. The Big Dry Emperor chose Miracle City's most important day to deal a heavy blow to the Forest of Chaos. Your Majesty, the Big Dry Emperor, there are large flying objects in front of us. They are very fast. They should be Miracle City's guided missiles. When the Big Dry Emperor was commanding in the center, the messengers communicated with each other with their divine senses, quickly reporting the frontline situation to the Big Dry Emperor. Communication in this era wasn't very developed, and it was normal for such a large-scale army to be separated by several dozen miles. It would be too slow to send orders with their mouths, and it would be easy for the flags to be messed up. Therefore, the most advanced method of communication was divine sense. How many are there? There are around several hundred. Only several hundred. The Big Dry Emperor revealed a disdainful smile when he heard this. It seemed like Miracle City had already prepared a defensive line. They were trying to stop the Big Dry Empire's army from entering the Forest Alliance's territory, preventing Miracle City's most important day from being destroyed. The Big Dry Emperor wasn't worried about this at all. Rather, he fell into their trap. If Miracle City used the city as a defensive point, it would be a bit difficult for the army to fight. If they fought in the wilderness, no matter how strong Miracle City's army was, they wouldn't be able to stop this army. Even a true empire wouldn't be able to stop the Big Dry Empire's army, not to mention that Miracle City hadn't reached the standard of an empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cooperated with the 6 empires and made all kinds of concessions. Send down the order. The Big Dry Emperor didn't even think before saying, "Open the frontline army's barrier. The frontline army will advance and directly attack the Forest Alliance." The Big Dry Empire had been collecting information on Miracle City for research. Although there were many things about Miracle City that the Big Dry Empire didn't understand, at least they wouldn't be completely blind like before. Regarding the guided missiles, the source energy cannons, and the laser cannons, the Big Dry Empire had analyzed them and researched defensive measures. For example, Miracle City had the wall breaker missiles. According to the Big Dry Empire's records, this kind of missile had appeared in the battle between the Forest Alliance and the Eagle Burial Kingdom. This kind of missile was specially used to counter barriers and could destroy large-scale barriers. Therefore, it was very dangerous in a battle between 2 armies. The Big Dry Empire divided their armies into front, middle, back, left, and right in order to avoid suffering losses. Each army had their own large-scale barrier, and each barrier had many layers, effectively blocking the effects of the wall breaker missiles. Other than that, the Big Dry Empire knew that Miracle City had things like airships. This time the Big Dry Empire sent out an elite army to defend the airships. They mainly appeared at the altitude of the airships, and as long as they found a target, they would immediately destroy it. They wouldn't give them a chance to drop bombs or cannons. It was just several hundred guided missiles. This didn't count for anything to the Big Dry Empire's army. This weak attack meant that the Forest Alliance's preparations were rushed. Perhaps the front lines wouldn't be that strong. Miracle City used high-tech weapons as their main fighting force, but they were lacking in foundation. They didn't have strong soldiers or strong experts. Therefore, when fighting Miracle City, they couldn't drag it out. They had to get close as soon as possible. This way they could minimize their losses. When the Big Dry Emperor had this thought, there was suddenly an ear-piercing whistle. A gigantic beam of light pierced through the heavens, shooting down from the distant skies like a sword of judgment. It fiercely stabbed into the formation, striking very precisely at the central command center where the Qian Emperor was located. Wherever it passed, it pierced through dozens of airborne, cavalry, or minor injuries. 2 messengers were also killed in a situation where they were caught off guard. What is going on? Where did this attack come from? The big, dry emperor angrily questioned. The army was clearly prepared to defend themselves, but now they were attacked from the sky without any warning. This filled him with shock and anger. As soon as his voice fell, another giant beam of light fell down. This attack hit the command center where the front lines and instantly caused quite a bit of casualties and chaos. The third beam of light followed right after. This attack hit the command center where the front lines and the rear armies were connected. These attacks were all very accurate, and the intent was very clear. It was clearly to disturb the Big Dry Empire's command center. The Big Dry Emperor finally couldn't hold back as he ordered, "Open the barrier." Before this order was sent out, the Big Dry Empire's army was scared silly by what happened next. There were tens of thousands of small dots in the sky, and when they looked carefully, how were these small dots? They were all missiles that flew at over 10 times the speed of sound. Why are there so many? Where did they come from? The Big Dry Empire's army was all stunned. This kind of large-scale attack would definitely have a destructive effect on the army. The various armies didn't need orders to open the barrier, and at this time, the rain of missiles kept falling down, almost covering the center of the Big Dry Emperor's army. The instant explosion caused large casualties to the normal armies, and even the peak armies suffered quite a bit of damage. The most important thing was that under this terrifying attack, the center army had been completely messed up, and now there was a problem with the orders. Beams of light fell down one after another. Every strike hit the command center at the right time. Although the few rounds of attacks did not cause any destructive impact on the army of the great Qian Empire, they had completely messed up the army of 1,000,000 soldiers. Orders could not be transmitted, and the battlefield intelligence was transmitted incorrectly. As a result, the originally strict and orderly army was thrown into chaos. The entire army of 1,000,000 soldiers seemed to be falling apart. Chapter 634. Miracle City's deep space weapons stopped attacking. Of course, this wasn't because Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu were being lenient. Although the deep space weapons were very effective, it was very troublesome to fill them with energy or ammunition. It would take several days to reload each time. Therefore, they could only be used as a weapon to disturb the enemy. They couldn't be used as the main force to destroy the enemy. But Miracle City's deep space weapons had already completed their mission. The attacks from these weapons didn't cause many casualties, but they successfully caused chaos in an army of 1,000,000. This chaos was basically a disaster. The tens of thousands of small troops were in a state of collapse, running around like headless flies. There was no way to unify their orders, and they couldn't send out their attack orders, causing the entire army to collapse and lose their battle strength. Chu Tian observed the enemy's situation from afar. He saw that the densely packed enemy troops, which at first appeared like a dark cloud, appeared like a tidal wave. After the continuous roar, it was as if a string of firecrackers had been thrown into a swarm of flies, causing all the flies to be startled and fall into chaos. Not bad. Chu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. You can make your move now. Chu Tian's orders were instantly sent to the ears of all the combat units through the smart brain. All the combat personnel prepared themselves for battle. There were 4 large warships moving forward, and the entire fleet quickly took their positions. Each warship was 200 meters long, and each warship was covered in source energy cannons and laser cannons. Each warship had a powerful defense system, and there were 20 airships surrounding them, as well as 300 black Thunder fighters. This was a very powerful modern army. When the Big Dry Empire's army faced the aggressive Miracle City army, they all revealed looks of shock and disbelief. But the army was in chaos, and they didn't have any orders, which caused the army to lose their cohesion. They were in a situation where they could fight freely. The result of fighting freely was that some people would retreat, some people would defend, some people would attack, and some people would watch. Not only were there no effective tactics, could this kind of battle not be chaotic? Could they gather their battle strength in this kind of battle? The entire army was scattered into a mess. If Miracle City's perfect coordination and high level of command allowed them to display 120% of their battle strength, then the Big Dry Empire's army was in a state of chaos that reduced their battle strength to less than 30%. So now was the best time to attack. Miracle City's smart brain analyzed the attack routes and tactics. The entire process didn't even need Chu Tian to personally command as the army began to move. Boom, boom, boom. More than 100 weapons from the 4 warships fired at the same time. The dense barrage of weapons rained down on the enemy. The airships followed closely behind, creating another energy storm. The Great Qian Empire's army suffered heavy casualties from this round of attacks. Such a heavy blow was enough to deal a heavy blow to their morale. Although the Great Qian Empire's army wasn't weak, once they lost their morale, the soldiers would lose their fighting spirit. How could an army without fighting spirit win a battle? Miracle City seized this chance to launch their strongest attack, sending out 300 fighter jets. These fighter jets were like sharp swords in Miracle City's hands. Although their destructive power couldn't compare to the large warships that were like mobile cannons, their mobility and flexibility far surpassed the warships. With the tactical strategy provided by the AI, these fighter aircrafts all charged towards the enemy formation like meteors, sweeping away a large portion of the chaotic enemy like harvesting wheat. Furthermore, they once again took advantage of the opportunity to directly charge into the depths of the enemy camp, dealing heavy damage to the command center that had yet to be reorganized. The Big Dry Empire's orders couldn't be passed down at all. When the Big Dry Empire's army was fighting their own battles, Miracle City's main army finally made their move. They saw the robot army and mech suit army rise into the air, adding up to around 100,000 of them. Although the scale was large, they didn't need any specific orders. Whether it was the mech suit soldiers, whether it was the robot soldiers, these armies could receive orders from the faraway Miracle City, and everything they saw would be sent back to be analyzed by the smart brain. The smart brain would then come up with a battle plan. These battle plans were detailed down to the smallest differences, and all the orders were given to the corresponding soldiers. No matter what situation they encountered, the smart brain would always come up with the most suitable method for the current situation. This was a perfect and invincible command system. The 50,000 robot soldiers were made up of robots produced by Miracle City. These robots weren't weak in battle, especially with their powerful attack systems. Just a single heavy source energy gun was enough to wildly attack a normal Empire's army. Not to mention that the robots didn't just have heavy source energy guns. They also had large amounts of source energy cannons, laser cannons, and even self-destructing devices. They didn't have emotions, they didn't have pity, and they didn't have fear. This was a truly ruthless and perfect soldier. The 50,000 mech suit soldiers were carefully selected by Miracle City from the Forest Alliance and the Purgatory World. These soldiers already had decent battle strength, and adding in the mech suits, each one could display a terrifying strength. Their battle strength was not inferior to the Big Dry Empire's army at all. The Big Dry Empire's army was hit by 3 waves of attacks, and the 1 million-strong army showed signs of collapse. The Dragon Lord couldn't help giving an emotional sigh when he saw this from afar. We still underestimated Miracle City's strength. That's right, I never thought that the battle strength of Miracle City's army would be this strong. Thunder's fury was also filled with emotions. Although Miracle City had only been in the Forest of Chaos for a year or two, they had already surpassed all of their powers. Miracle City's technology is becoming stronger and stronger. With this kind of high-efficiency army, perhaps no one on the continent will be able to resist them in the future. Lancelot said, "Don't waste time. Let's make a move as well." The Forest Alliance's reinforcements also joined the battle. This time the Big Dry Empire's army was completely defeated. It wouldn't be strange for this kind of large-scale battle of hundreds of thousands of people to last several days. Miracle City had completely scattered the Big Dry Empire's army, and it would take at least a day or two to reorganize. The battle had already been going on for half a day, and the Big Dry Empire's army had suffered heavy casualties, but Miracle City had the upper hand. The Big Dry Empire wasn't stupid. Retreating was impossible. The army had set off like a rainbow, and if they retreated before they even reached West Sea City, it would affect their reputation and face. Not to mention that reorganizing would take several days, and the West Sea City wedding would be over by then, so the effect of this battle would be greatly reduced. Kill. They couldn't stop. The Big Dry Emperor sent out all his generals. He didn't need to care about these normal elite troops. He just needed to gather his trump card army, and this power was enough to easily defeat Miracle City's army. It was impossible for the 6 empires working with Miracle City to participate. Their armies were too far away. So how could the Miracle City army in front of them fight against the armies of 3 empires? Chu Tian raised his sword and took care of quite a few enemy generals. At this time, the young Miss sent a message through the smart brain. "We've detected that the peak forces of the Big Dry Empire are gathering. They are prepared to give up on the normal troops and gather their trump card army. It's best if you don't fight with their peak forces. After all, they are the trump cards of the Empire-level powers, so leave it to the 6 Empire-level powers to deal with them." These fellows' reactions are quite fast. The distribution of the top forces of the Great Qian Empire's allied forces was originally a long line that ran from the front to the back. Now, this long line was slowly shrinking, preparing to form a ball. If they were to really group together, then their combat power could not be underestimated. Chu Tian said to Meng Qingwu, "Send the moving diagram over." Meng Qingwu sent over the analysis of the enemy's strength and numbers. Chu Tian roughly knew the situation with a glance. "The reinforcements of the 6 empires haven't arrived yet. We have to stall for as much time as possible." Meng Qingwu asked, "What are you prepared to do?" "Cut them off." Chu Tian said without even thinking, "Have the mech suit, robot, and fighter units attack with me. We'll cut off their main force in one fell swoop." Meng Qingwu felt this was too risky, but it was an effective way to stop the enemy's battle strength from gathering. Now that the opportunity was gone, they couldn't delay it. So she immediately sent a message to the smart brain to let it make arrangements. The smart brain analyzed the composition of the enemy's army and finally locked onto a relatively weak area. As long as they could cut off the enemy here, they could cut off at least 50,000 of the enemy's army. They'll do it like this. Chu Tian didn't even think, as he led the 100,000 soldiers to launch a surprise attack on the Big Dry Empire's army. The ace army of the empire and the elite army were as different as heaven and earth. Although it was hard to receive orders and tactics, these armies didn't fall into chaos because of this. But when they saw Miracle City take the initiative to attack, these soldiers were still shocked. Chu Tian shouted without caring about the cost, "Have the robot army take the lead. Even if we have to self-destruct, we have to scatter them for me." The robot army, controlled by the smart brain, flew into the air. They were like a group of moths that didn't fear death as they charged at the enemy. Chapter 635. When tens of thousands of robots were activated, countless thrusters created tens of thousands of energy streams in the air, causing the elements within dozens of miles to become chaotic. These combat robots raised their speed to the maximum in an extremely short period of time, and every single one of them opened their protective shields. They ignored the ordinary armies on the periphery and directly charged into the Great Dry Empire's formation, forcefully opening a path of blood and killing their way to the center where the core troops were slowly retreating. The expression of a big dry empire general fell. Miracle City is attacking. Everyone be careful. As expected of the Empire's trump cards, the quality of these core armies was not something ordinary armies could compare to. Furthermore, the army was located in the core region of the army, so the impact they had just received was not too great. Thus, even without a central command, the formation did not fall into chaos. Now that they sensed the enemy's strong attack, they automatically assumed a defensive formation. Miracle City's countless robots were like human-shaped flying spiders, each one glowing with energy. This was the effect of their energy shields and various energy weapons. The Imperial champion raised his spear and roared, "Fight for Great Qian!" Tens of thousands of battle robots shot out hundreds of thousands of light beams, instantly cutting apart the ordinary soldiers of the Great Dry Empire. When the Great Dry Empire's core army faced such an attack, their expressions all turned serious, and they all got into formation to defend. This army was like an impregnable fortress. Under the bombardment of countless light beams and missiles, it remained unmoved and did not suffer much damage. At this time, the battle machine army was already close at hand. Both sides no longer had any fancy moves. They launched a naked collision in the air. Miracle City's machine army was met with a strong resistance. The Big Dry Empire's core army was completely different from a normal army. Each individual's battle strength was around the true spirit realm, and some of the generals were terrifying existences in the heaven domain realm. When they formed an army, their combined strength was hard to imagine. You want to threaten the soldiers of Great Gon with such puppet warriors. Clear out the enemy and return to the division to assemble. The Big Dry Empire's core army didn't spend too much energy to block Miracle City's robot army. They saw that Miracle City's strength wasn't that great, so they immediately changed from a defensive formation to an offensive one. They wanted to quickly clear out the obstacles here, so they could meet up with their main force and take down West Sea City in one fell swoop. The golden Dragonhawk Knight soared into the sky, the runes on his golden armor flickering. He was like a celestial soldier descending from the heavens. He was just an ordinary dragon rider, but his cultivation and techniques were not simple at all. The spear in his hand trembled, and in an instant, a flood dragon appeared in the sky. Its terrifying claws and fangs instantly launched 4 or 5 attacks. Dong, 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 dong. These ferocious attacks landed on a combat robot at the same time. However, they were all blocked by a layer of energy shield on the surface of the combat robot's body. The energy shield could only withstand 3 or 4 attacks at most before it became covered in cracks. The energy shield dimmed and shattered. Die! The 5th attack directly pierced through the robot's body. This process seemed complicated, but it was actually very fast. It only took an instant. However, the combat robot did not stop there. Its entire body was releasing runes filled with destructive power as it activated its self-destruct sequence and pounced towards the warrior. Not good. Before the warrior could even defend himself, the combat robot suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy was released in an instant, engulfing the warrior along with his mount in an instant. The energy inside the combat robot was very strong. If it was released in one go, it would be equivalent to a top-grade source energy bomb. If a low-level true spirit cultivator was blown up like this without any preparations, They would die on the spot. The big dry empire's soldiers were still looking down on Miracle City's methods, although the combat robot's strength wasn't much in their eyes when hundreds and thousands of combat robots launched this kind of suicidal attack. This kind of suicidal attack was something that couldn't be seen in normal battles. Even the most valiant army wouldn't have such a scene. Only this kind of battle robot army that didn't have any consciousness and was controlled by a smart brain could do this. Too terrifying. Under this wave of wild attacks, like moths flying into a flame. The combat robots used tens of thousands of soldiers to suppress the core trump card army of the Empire, causing quite a bit of damage to this army. Whether it was the big dry Empire's soldiers or the big dry Emperor, they had made a mistake this time. This was because the vanguard had to be a reliable army, so the entire army belonged to the big dry Empire. If this army was suppressed by Miracle City, the big dry Emperor's power in this army would decrease. This would greatly affect the confidence of the army and the confidence of their allies. Not only would it be very troublesome to adjust the formation, it would also cause a rift in the allied army when the time came, whether the big dry Emperor was willing to admit it or not. Whether it was the normal army or the core army, they had all been completely scattered. It was impossible for them to go back and regroup with the main army, not to mention that Miracle City's other attacks were still coming. They were busy dealing with them, so they couldn't escape for now. Damn Miracle City! Everyone felt a terrifying roar fall from the sky as a giant sword glow fell from the sky. It instantly turned into a dense rain of arrows, covering a large group of Miracle City's soldiers. Over 100 people were instantly killed, and there were several dozen big dry Empire soldiers among them. It was a high-level Heaven Domain expert. When everyone looked up, they saw a swordsman standing in the air. This person wasn't anyone else. It was the famous martial king of the big dry Empire, Jing Wuing. This was a peak expert in the 7th Heaven Domain layer. He was an illustrious character even on the continent. The big dry Emperor had to gather his troops in the center, so he didn't have time to personally make a move. When he found that the vanguard army was in chaos, he could only send the martial King Jing Wuing out. Jing Wuing was one of the strongest and most prestigious people in the big dry Empire. Therefore, his appearance was like a pillar for the allied army. He was like a magnet that attracted the scattered soldiers around him. Everyone passed down my orders. Jing Wuing didn't want to fight. Retreat with me? Want to retreat? Is it that easy? The big dry Empire's army didn't have time to react before a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Jing Wuing. The elven King Lancelot's robe fluttered as he held an ancient forest scepter in his hand, falling from the sky to attack Jing Wuing. Get past me first. The Eternal Forest's elven king. Jing Wuing quickly raised his sword and sent out a 10-meter-long sword glow, but Lancelot slapped his scepter like he was deflecting a balloon. Many plants appeared around Jing Wuing, and they quickly wrapped around his body like poisonous snakes. Jing Wuing was instantly wrapped up like a dumpling. Lancelot landed by Jing Wuying's side, and his long scepter slammed into Jing Wuing, instantly sending Jing Wuing flying. This attack heavily injured Jing Wuying's dantian, and the spirit energy in his body slowed down. He saw the elven king chasing him again, and angrily roared out, "Little brat Chu Tian, if you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of skill is a turtle hiding in its shell?" This kind of brainless provocation did not work on Chu Tian. Jing Wuing loudly shouted again, "What? Are you afraid?" Lancelot shook his head and prepared to raise his scepter. "Elven King, wait a moment." Yuning was bored, and seeing that Jing Wuying's spirit energy was injured, his strength was greatly reduced. Yun Ying's strength was enough to deal with him, so he revealed a faint smile. "All right, as he wishes, I'll play with him." Lancelot was stunned, but he didn't have time to stop him. Chu Tian soared into the sky, but he did not fly. Rather, he used short-distance teleportation, teleporting 5-6 times per second. The sky was filled with Chu Tian's positions. His right hand pulled out a black sword that condensed a powerful destructive and spatial energy, slashing at Jing Wuing. Dang! Jing Wuing raised his sword to block. Jing Wuing was still a 7th Heaven Domain layer expert. Although he had been heavily injured by the Elven King and his cultivation had been reduced, he shouldn't have lost to a brat. Who would have thought that when the two swords collided, the surrounding space would shatter and Jing Wuying's sword qi would be completely scattered? Chu Tian only used a single slash to force back a respected martial king. Jing Wuing never would have thought that Chu Tian would already have a Heaven Domain realm cultivation, and he never would have thought that Chu Tian's battle strength would be this strong. Even if his spirit energy had been reduced due to his injury, it was not a battle of 2 or 3 levels, rather it was a battle of around 5 levels. Chu Tian's phaseless sword first slashed out. Jing Wuing was still a famous expert no matter what. Although the phaseless sword was incomparably dangerous and had shocking killing power, he could still dodge it with his ability. Jing Wuying's current situation was not good. After all, with an expert like Lancelot present, it was impossible for him to take advantage of them. Retreating now was the right choice. Jing Wuing couldn't retreat. If Jing Wuing escaped, the front lines would be defeated and the main army would be greatly affected. Not to mention with Lancelot watching, how could it be easy for Jing Wuing to retreat? So the best method was to capture Chu Tian in battle. Although this fellow had broken through to the Heaven Domain realm, he still wasn't mature enough. So Jing Wuing was confident he could fight. Shadowless sword array. Jing Wuying's hand flew out and disappeared in midair. Tens of thousands of invisible sword qi appeared in all directions, and each sword qi was hidden in the air. It was like a wild wind that could appear at any time. Once this power was released, it would be an incomparably terrifying sword qi storm. Although the surrounding soldiers didn't directly join the battle, Jing Wuying's sword qi storm had swept in hundreds of people. They were instantly torn to pieces, and countless pieces of flesh and blood mixed with the sword qi, finally moving towards Chu Tian in the center. Jing Wuing soared into the air and used his body as a sword, flying in all directions. He wanted to use the shadowless sword array to suppress Chu Tian and capture Chu Tian. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would ignore the surrounding sword qi? He slowly opened his eyes, and one eye was golden and the other was white. Chu Tian had released 2 kinds of energy at the same time. This was one of the main changes after he broke through to the Heaven Domain realm. In the past, Chu Tian could only use 1 kind of energy at the same time, but now he had released 2 kinds of energy. The white represented space, and the silver represented time. These were the 2 highest level energies. If a normal person had one of them, they could be considered a heaven's pride, not to mention having 2 at the same time. Time freeze. Chu Tian released his energy, and wherever he went, the surrounding space and time would freeze like ice, causing the tens of thousands of sword qi to stop. Jing Wuing revealed a look of shock. How is this possible? With Chu Tian's current cultivation and strength, if he released a single kind of energy, whether it was spatial energy or time energy, he wouldn't be able to resist Jing Wuying's power at all. But space and time energy came from the same source, and the 2 complemented each other, multiplying their power. Chu Tian released all his spirit energy, and the black sword interweaved with the silver and white energy, phaseless void slash. This sword glow flashed in the air, making it hard for people to see it with the naked eye, instantly disappearing into the void. Jing Wuying's body stopped in the air, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Then his protective spirit energy shattered, and his body was cut in half, falling down from the sky. The Martial King is dead. The Martial King is dead. The big, dry empire's army instantly fell into chaos. The martial King Jing Wuing was one of the strongest people in the big, dry empire's army, but this kind of powerful existence had actually died under Chu Tian's sword. This was a destructive blow to the morale of the army, so the morale that Jing Wuing had gathered collapsed once again, and it collapsed even faster than before. It would be hard for the big, dry empire's army to gather again in a short period of time. Chu Tian's goal had been achieved, and he had just used up all his energy, so he immediately used spatial energy and teleported back from the front lines. My task has been completed. The young miss urged me just now. Chu Tian nodded at Lancelot, Nidhogg, and the others. I'll leave the front lines to you guys. I'm going back to get married. The few of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This kind of battle where the sun and moon did not shine was actually treated by Chu Tian as a game. It really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 636. The news of Jing Wuying's death spread through the army like a plague, especially when the frontline army reached the central army. It made the expressions of the big dry empire's high-level members change. This was a situation they never expected. Jing Wuing was not just the big dry empire's king. He was also a great general, which was one of the highest ranks in the army. Ignore the frontline army. Heaven Emperor's anger could be imagined. Even though he didn't display it as a monarch, cracks were quickly appearing on the armrest of Heaven Emperor's throne. He suppressed his voice and said, "Directly transfer 50,000 dragon riders from the central army and reorganize the offensive formation. This emperor will personally take command of the vanguard. Everyone, prepare to launch a powerful attack." The surrounding people understood when they heard this. The big dry emperor was truly enraged this time. The vanguard army was the army most likely to have large-scale casualties. Therefore, it wasn't suitable for two allies to be the vanguard, but the big dry empire's vanguard army was already in chaos. Taking 50,000 core soldiers from the big dry empire's central army would definitely cause chaos in the big dry empire's army, and it would increase the casualties of the big dry empire's army. The big dry emperor already couldn't care about this. He was currently enraged. He just wanted to quickly end this battle. The big dry empire's army was in chaos. Although Miracle City's forces had been exhausted in the previous charge, and they could barely defend, it was impossible for them to attack again. However, reorganizing the army was not an easy matter. The big dry emperor allowed the vanguard army to continue fighting the enemy, while the middle, rear, left, and right armies began to adjust. After spending most of a day, they finally managed to stabilize the chaotic situation. But at this time, a sharp ear-piercing sound rang out. It was like a large stone had been thrown into the space behind Miracle City's army. The entire space began to tremble, and finally a giant gate appeared. Even if the big dry empire's army had never seen a space gate before, they could still feel the powerful spatial energy coming from it. Everyone's expression changed. What was this? Why would such a powerful energy descend here? This is bad. Quickly attack. Destroy that gate. The big dry emperor thought of the rumors of Miracle City conquering the purgatory world. He was only half believing it, but he never thought that this kind of thing would actually exist in this world. Therefore, they couldn't wait for the army to gather before attacking. This terrifyingly large coalition army swept across the sky and covered the earth. Seeing this, Lancelot frowned. "The enemy is too strong. We should retreat for now." The Dragon Lord agreed with Lancelot's words. The space gate had appeared too far away, so the big dry empire's army couldn't stop it from opening. So when the battle reached this point, there was no suspense left. As for what would happen next, the Forest of Chaos would support them, and the battlefield would become a game between the Empire's armies. It was too late. It was too late. The big dry emperor could sense that the spatial gate had stabilized from instability, and then a powerful pressure came from within. He saw the reinforcements of the 6 empires swarming out. Powerful wyverns, powerful soul-devouring beasts, powerful divine unicorns. The combat power of the continent's civilizations instantly filled the entire space. The reinforcements from the 6 great empires were fighting independently. Although there weren't many of them, they were extremely elite. Therefore, they quickly formed a powerful fighting force in the wasteland. Before the great Gon allied army could even get close, the 10-20,000 wyverns of the dragon territory made their move first. They didn't make any real attacks, they just released a wave of dragon's might together. The dragon's might was a special ability of the dragon race. This should be a kind of spiritual deterrence that could make low-level demon beasts have a mental breakdown. If it was serious, they wouldn't even be able to move and could only shiver as they lay on the ground for the dragon race to enjoy. The big dry empire's army was mainly made up of air troops, and very few of them had the ability to fly, so they had no choice but to rely on flying demon beasts. This wave of dragons might could be said to have an immediate effect, being more effective than any real attack. The big dry empire's army was in chaos again. The reinforcements of the 6 kingdoms took this time to appear, and they began their first wave of attacks. The Dark Knight Forest Unicorn Beast was the fastest, and with the wisdom of several Dark Knight Elf Elders, they formed a group. The one at the front was the Unicorn King, which was a powerful existence in the 7th to 8th Heaven Domain layer. The entire army moved at the same time and instantly released a bright energy. It was like a treasure sword covered in holy light as it charged at the enemy at an unbelievable speed. The Dragon Territory's army of 20,000 followed behind. The dragon race was a powerful and ancient race, so even if they were at a disadvantage in numbers, they could still easily overwhelm the enemy. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the great Qian Empire's army was thrown into confusion. Miserable cries and wails filled the entire sky. Flesh and blood rained down like a torrential rain. The blood of hundreds of thousands of living beings dyed the ground red. The Dark Knight Forest Unicorn Beast was a rare life-attributed demon beast. Their horn connected their allies together, and when an ally was attacked, as long as the damage was within a certain limit, it would be shared by the allies around them. The healing energy transmitted from the horn could also quickly heal them. The Netherworld Sea's soul-devouring beast was a monster that people feared. This monster could swallow the souls of the battlefield to release undead monsters. Although these undead monsters were temporary and couldn't be preserved forever, their strength was similar to when they were alive. In other words, as long as the souls of the big dry empire's soldiers hadn't dissipated, the soul-devouring beast could merge their souls with death energy, allowing them to reappear on the battlefield. This method not only increased their battle strength, it was also a deterrent to the enemy's morale. The wind, moon, burning heaven, and wild beast armies weren't simple either. This dark battle lasted for half a day before the big dry empire's army completely collapsed. The Howling Sky Empire and the Highland Alliance had suffered heavy losses and had no hope of victory, so they retreated. Their 2 allies had already left, so what value was there for the big dry emperor to fight alone? There was no other way. This battle was a complete failure. Just as the big dry emperor was about to leave, at this moment, a figure appeared behind him. Elder Long stretched out his neck, no visible energy or fluctuations being released from his mouth. But the big dry emperor seemed to have been viciously smashed by something that weighed 100 million tons, falling straight down from midair to the ground, immediately causing a mountain peak to cave in. You guys, actually, the big dry emperor didn't think that the 6 great emperor-level characters would make a move at the same time. If it was one-on-one, the big dry emperor wouldn't be afraid of any one of them. But 6-on-1, the big dry emperor had no chance of winning. Not to mention that among the six, the Nether King and the Dragon Elder were peak existences even among the great emperor-level characters. The Big Heaven Emperor was a decisive person. He immediately circulated his energy and ignited a portion of his essence blood. A large amount of bloody mist spurted out from every pore of his body, instantly spreading out in all directions like a plague. As long as it was a living being that was enveloped by this bloody mist, their essence blood would automatically be ignited. Afterwards, their essence blood would also turn into a burning bloody mist that spurted out. This bloody mist grew larger and larger, finally covering several thousand meters. Eunice's face was very dark and ugly. It's the blood demon soul burning technique. He actually sacrificed a part of his cultivation to use such a vicious blood escape technique. The blood mist released by the Big Dry Emperor killed at least a few thousand soldiers, most of which were from the Big Dry Empire's army. However, these soldiers' essence blood was ignited and turned into energy that fell on the Big Dry Emperor's body, making him look like a meteor as he flew across the sky, instantly disappearing from sight. The six great emperors made a move at the same time to dissolve the blood mist that seemed to want to devour the entire battlefield. When they worked together to suppress the blood mist, the Big Dry Emperor had already disappeared. Damn it! Did he escape? The wild beast emperor's face was filled with anger. It was 6 against 1, and they still let the other escape. This was a bit embarrassing. Of course, the wild beast emperor never thought that as the emperor of an empire, he would actually abandon his army and escape. To the Big Dry Emperor, how could this just be embarrassing? This was simply shaming the country. This kind of thing had never happened in the history of the Big Dry Empire. Even in the history of the continent, this rarely happened. Everyone, relax, he can't run. At this time, a refined figure appeared in front of the 6 of them. This person was none other than the Wood Elf King, Lancelot. When Lancelot appeared in the air, he released his power, and a silver hourglass floated in the air. The moment this hourglass appeared, it immediately retraced the blood escape technique's trajectory. Good. The Burning Heaven Emperor gave a bright smile. With this Elven King's innate time ability to retrace his trajectory, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape us. Let's go. The 6 Emperor-level characters led Lancelot to chase after the escaping Big Dry Emperor. The battle on this battlefield was still ongoing. The Howling Sky Empire and the Highland Alliance had already retreated, and the Big Dry Empire's emperor had escaped. The Big Dry Empire's army faced the combined army of the 6 empires. They had already lost their morale. No, not only did they lose their morale, they also felt a kind of sorrow and despair. Even the Big Dry Empire's emperor was like this. Did this empire still have the face to exist in this world? After this battle, the Big Dry Empire would definitely fall. When Miracle City's army began to persuade the other side to surrender, the remaining 200,000-300,000 soldiers didn't hesitate, and almost all of them chose to surrender, including the Golden Dragonhawk army and the other peak armies. Chu Tian didn't stay to watch the battle because Chu Tian knew that when the reinforcements of the 6 empires arrived, his mission would be complete. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Chu Tian had something that was 10 times, 100 times more important than this battle: marriage. When Chu Tian used a city return scroll to return to West Sea City, the entire West Sea City was filled with a festive atmosphere. There wasn't any nervousness or pressure from a powerful enemy at all. Several dozen airships floated above the beautiful Crystal Bay, with incomparably large screens on them. Each screen was showing the process of how Chu Tian and Ying got along with each other. Of course, these were all memorials, so in order to make it more moving and artistic, most of the details had been altered. The entire West Sea City used Miracle City's City Lord's wedding as the theme. All the mere people in the city were dressed up, singing all over the city. There were tens of thousands of elves dancing to the song. The Mermaid Crystal Palace was completely decorated into a wedding. Various large characters came from all corners of the continent just to witness this wedding that could change the history of the continent. But not long after these people came to West Sea City, they learned that the Big Dry Empire had allied with the Highland Alliance and the Howling Sky Empire to form an army of 1,000,000 to attack West Sea City. When this rumor came out, everyone was filled with panic. The allied army of the three empire-level powers was not a small matter. West Sea City was only an important western city of the Forest Alliance. Its defenses were at most equal to a warring kingdom's capital. How could this kind of city block the combined attack of the three empires? Other than worrying about their own safety, they were also worried that the wedding would be delayed or canceled. This was not just a wedding, it was an important day for the opening of the Miracle Continent. There were tens of billions of people on the continent waiting for this moment to come. But although the rumor was everywhere, Miracle City was very calm. Miracle City's Vice City Lord Meng Qingwu personally came out to receive the guests as the guardian of Meng Yingying's elder sister. The other high-level members of Miracle City, like Vivian and Nan Gongyan, were all present to maintain order. Since these high-level members weren't worried, what did they have to worry about? After several days of singing and dancing in West Sea City, they didn't even see a shadow of the three empire-level powers' allied army. When everyone's worried hearts finally relaxed, West Sea City's grand wedding was about to begin. Meng Qingwu was personally presiding over the wedding this time. She stood in the noble and beautiful Mermaid Square, holding a microphone in her hand as her voice spread across the city. Welcome guests from all over the continent. Come to Miracle City's grand wedding. I represent Miracle City and the Forest Alliance to sincerely thank you. Meng Qingwu bowed after saying this. Meng Qingwu was one of the most famous people on the continent. For this kind of person to bow to them, what kind of honor was this? Meng Qingwu continued to say, our wedding will last for 3 days, and West Sea City's celebration will last for a month. During this month, West Sea City's transport array will be unsealed, and inside and outside West Sea City, there will be good wine and meat for everyone to enjoy. It will all be free. The entire audience erupted in cheers. The Forest Alliance was truly rich. Only Miracle City had the confidence to do this kind of thing. Chapter 637. Meng Yingying sat in the Crystal Palace, waiting. She was wearing a very gorgeous wedding gown. The entire gown was made from more than 300 different precious materials. Every strand was made from the ice silkworm fairy silk from the polar region. A total of 9,999 top quality pearls of the West Sea were hung on the gown. Every pattern was engraved on the gown by the continent's top formation masters. Every detail was painstakingly designed by the continent's best artists. She was wearing a large wedding crown that was made from 300 kinds of top-quality jade and was engraved with tens of thousands of runes, making her beautiful face look like a goddess. Meng Yingying's shoes, jewelry, and cloak were all carefully thought by Miracle Commerce. Each item was made from the best materials that could be found on the continent, spending a large amount of money, resources, and manpower. The value of Meng Yingying's items was enough to buy an entire kingdom. There was no need to mention Chu Tian's personality. Even his elder sister was messing around like this, using such expensive materials to make a useless wedding dress. This was just too wasteful. Meng Yingying's heart was a bit anxious, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She had a Chu Tian who liked and protected her, as well as a caring elder sister. What else could she ask for in this life? Meng Yingying thought of how she would soon become Chu Tian's woman, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She was both nervous and happy. She had waited for this day for a long time. Ever since she met Chu Tian. It had been over 3 years, and too many things had changed in these 3 years, but her relationship with Chu Tian hadn't changed at all. Ying, Ying, what are you still sitting here for? Vivian and Nan Gongyun, the two sisters, quickly ran in. When they saw Meng Ying's clothes, their eyes lit up. Vivian exaggeratedly shouted, Ying, you're too beautiful. This dress is too beautiful. Everyone is envious of you. It would be great if I had one. Meng Ying was a little embarrassed. If you like it, I can ask Chu Tian to make one for you too. Come on, Nan Gongyun said in a somewhat sour voice. It's easy to make clothes, but it's a problem if we can use it. Not everyone is as lucky as Ying. Meng Ying was even more embarrassed. Nan Gong, actually I know. All right, let's not talk about this nonsense today. Nan Gongyun and Vivian interrupted Meng Ying. They pulled Meng Ying to the left and right. Let's go. The ceremony is about to begin. The Merpeople's song in West Sea City had already reached its climax. Countless conch horns and musical instruments released a heavenly sound. Today's two main characters, Chu Tian and Meng Ying, had finally appeared. Chu Tian was also wearing a wedding robe, but compared to Meng Ying's luxurious beauty, his clothes were more elegant. When the two of them stood together, they were like two gods descending from the heavens, releasing a dazzling light that people couldn't look straight at. It had finally begun. There was more news coming at this time. Miracle City's army and the Big Dry Empire's army were engaged in an intense battle several thousand kilometers away from West Sea City. This battle lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and there were corpses all over the battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers, and it was incomparably tragic, but Miracle City had successfully stopped the Big Dry Empire's army. The Big Dry Empire's army came with a large momentum, but they couldn't even enter the Forest Alliance's territory. This news not only made everyone feel relieved, it also made them realize how strong Miracle City was. Even if 3 Empire-level powers worked together, they still couldn't invade. So which power on the continent could pose a threat? I believe everyone has been waiting, Meng Qingwu loudly announced. Now let us officially begin. There were countless races and countries on the continent. Each race and country needed to hold a ceremony to welcome a wife, but there were countless races and customs. There was never a set pattern. The Forest of Chaos was different from any other place, so there was no need to stick to tradition, and they could create their own innovations. Chu Tian held Ying's hand as he walked out. Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian didn't like complicated ceremonies. Only the elves liked to do this. The two of them pursued efficiency, practicality, beauty, and depth, so the ceremony was divided into 3 stages. Oath, contract, sacrifice. Meng Qingwu held the microphone and said to everyone, "Now we ask our city lord and the city lord's wife to announce their oath to the world. The greatest honor of my life is to be able to stand here." This oath stage was just a simple expression of sincerity. There was a loudspeaker, a broadcast, and a sound transmission method, letting each word spread to every corner of the continent, letting everyone feel a deep sense of romance. Chu Tian spoke for an entire 10 minutes, revealing his true feelings without any pretense. He pulled Meng Ying's hand. "Ying, from today onwards, I am willing to accompany you as your husband. I will love you and protect you until the end of the world, until the end of time, until the end of my soul. So please marry me, all right?" Suddenly music filled the air. The atmosphere was pushed to its peak. Meng Ying couldn't even stand straight from crying. There were many merpeople and elves present that were moved to tears by this oath. Next was Meng Ying's turn. Meng Ying took the microphone and calmed herself down. I I don't know what to say, but Ying from head to toe, from heart to skin, as well as soul and spirit, everything is yours. I am willing to be your wife until the end of time and the world. The two of them kissed in front of countless people. Vivian and Nan Gongyun were so touched that they were confused. The two of them were saying their love to each other in front of the entire world. This was truly unprecedented. This was too romantic. It made people envious. As women, if they could have this kind of honor, they wouldn't have any regrets, even if they died. Meng Yingying was the same. She felt like she had become the happiest woman in the world at this moment. Meng Qinggu looked at Yingying's happy appearance, and tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. Her voice was a bit choked up as she tried to calm herself down. Now, let us congratulate this new couple for entering the second stage, signing the eternal contract. Everyone had a surprised look on their faces. What was the eternal contract? Did they need to sign a contract to get married? Meng Qingwu explained. The eternal contract is an eternal contract specially invented by the city lord. It uses the ancient tree of life's bark as a medium and the eternal well's water as ink to write a contract. This contract doesn't actually bind people, but it can make the souls and spirits of the two parties closer. Even if they are separated by the ends of the earth, they can still feel each other's existence. The contract is signed and will be effective forever. Even if one's soul reincarnates, it cannot be erased. There was actually such a strange contract in this world. Chu Tian and Meng Yingying both dripped a drop of blood onto the contract, and a golden light instantly soared into the sky. The energy from the ancient tree of life and the eternal well's water lingered in the sky for a long time without dissipating. This was a great power comparable to divine power. The moment Meng Yingying completed the contract, it was like she could feel Chu Tian's heartbeat. She could feel Chu Tian's emotions, and she could feel Chu Tian's care and love for her. She felt like the last empty space in her heart was completely filled. Once the eternal contract was signed, the two of them would be forever linked together, no matter how far apart they were. Even if they were in different planes, they could still feel each other's emotions, they could feel each other's location, and they could feel if the other was in danger. Meng Qingwu continued to announce, "Let us enter the third stage, the sacrifice." The sacrifice was a necessary step for most weddings on the continent. It was also the most troublesome and most important step, so it was usually done as the first step. But Miracle City didn't care about this. In the eyes of Miracle City's people, the oath and the contract were more important. As for the sacrifice, it was dispensable, but in order to make this wedding more grand and luxurious, they held a large-scale sacrifice. This sacrifice process was very long. Among them, Nangong and Vivian accompanied Meng Yingying as the bride's companions, and Meng Qingwu accompanied Chu Tian as the vice city lord and host. The other high-level members of Miracle Commerce followed behind them, and several dozen people stepped onto the altar to begin the grand sacrifice. The amount of materials used for this sacrifice was over 1 billion gold coins. When the sacrifice was used to produce a large amount of energy and essence, it was instantly spread across West Sea City. It made Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, and the Miracle Commerce high-level members' cultivations break through a layer. Although the others were far from the altar, after being bathed in this large amount of energy, everyone's cultivations increased by a large amount. There were some people who were cured of their illnesses overnight. The 3 stages have all been completed. Meng Qingwu looked very relaxed and happy. This was not only because her cultivation had increased, but also because Yingying had finally found a good home. West Sea City's celebration has officially begun. Long live! Long live! Long live! The millions of wedding participants and witnesses all cheered out. The normal guests were enjoying the party in West Sea City, and the special guests were enjoying the best food in the world at the Space Hotel. No matter where it was, there was no charge this time. Of course, although there was no charge in name, the people that came to the wedding, whether it was a normal person or an emperor, they wouldn't come empty-handed. They could earn back 10 times the amount just from the various gifts. Chu Tian brought Meng Ying to the Miracle Royal Palace. The Miracle City media recorded everything and broadcast it to all parts of the continent. When they arrived at the royal palace, the envoys of the various countries all came to congratulate them. The great Yuan Empire's Yuan Emperor has sent a great general to congratulate us, gifting us 10 immortal herbs. The Cloud Wind Empire has sent a country protecting sage to congratulate us, gifting us 2 vassal kingdoms and 2 billion people. Congratulations to City Lord Chu Tian's wedding. One after another, empires from distant continents sent over gifts that left everyone dumbfounded. There were divine weapons, immortal herbs, land, and people. It was simply as precious as possible. Now these countries all recognized Miracle City's position and potential, but everyone quickly found that they were surprised too early. Just as the congratulatory gift was halfway through, it was suddenly forcefully interrupted. The Dragon Territory, Netherworld Sea, Dark Night Forest, Wild Beast Empire, Heaven Burning Empire, and Wind Moon Empire. The 6 monarchs have captured the Big Dry Emperor as a gift to Miracle City's City Lord Chu Tian, wishing Miracle City's City Lord a happy wedding. When this news was broadcast to the entire world, everyone was stunned. The 6 monarchs had captured an emperor as a gift to Miracle City. Was there a more domineering and powerful gift than this in this world? This was not a normal mission. This was an emperor. When Chu Tian learned of this news, he laughed. "I'll have to trouble the 6 of you. Please take a seat. You dare to give it. Father dares to accept it. It's not a big deal. Isn't it just an emperor?" From now on, he was Miracle City's prisoner. This time, the people of the continent not only felt Miracle City's wealth and Miracle City's strength, they also deeply felt City Lord Chu Tian's tyranny. Chapter 638, West Sea City's Wedding. It shook the continent in one fell swoop. 6 great characters with the status of emperors working together to present gifts could be considered unprecedented. These 6 existences that could shake the continent with a stomp of their feet, for them to appear together was already a shocking piece of news. Just this point alone was enough to give Miracle City face. Not to mention this kind of grand feat. Although Chu Tian's reputation on the continent wasn't small, it wasn't equal to them. These 6 people had captured an emperor on the same level as them and used him to celebrate Chu Tian's wedding. This was enough to show the attitude of the 6 powers and the forest of chaos. The Big Dry Empire's position on the continent was known by everyone. Now that the emperor had been captured, this would have an unimaginable effect on the Big Dry Empire. Chu Tian would step on an emperor to obtain an even higher prestige. The 6 emperors had decided to support Chu Tian to reach the same peak position as them. This was enough to show the 6 powers' determination to cooperate with Miracle Commerce and Miracle City in the long term. Whether it was this wedding to Chu Tian, the Forest Alliance, or the continent, it would all have a very deep influence and change. When the Forest Alliance obtained the support of the 6 powers, who on the continent would dare go against Miracle City alone? Miracle City would become the core that connected the several hundred countries on the continent. Miracle City would become the core that controlled the continent's economy in the future. This was a historic change, as well as a historic opportunity. The wedding continued, and all sides sent gifts flying in like snowflakes. There had never been an emperor's wedding in the history of the continent that had such a large reaction and influence like Chu Tian's wedding. Chu Tian was very satisfied with the performance of these 6 people. It was the so-called a wise man submits to the circumstances. They seemed like they were showing goodwill to Chu Tian, but they were actually investing in themselves. Since they couldn't stop Chu Tian's rise, why not help him? This was not for anything else. It was to obtain a better position and support in the future. Let us raise our cups in celebration. I wish the city lord and his wife a long life of love. The distinguished guests in the Miracle Royal Palace all raised their wine cups to give their blessings to this couple. When Meng Yingying came down in her wedding dress to thank the guests, the various kings, patriarchs, and other important people all stood up. They were very respectful to Meng Yingying, even seeming like they were trying to flatter her. This made Meng Yingying feel like she was in a dream. It had to be known that these people who were so respectful to her, if it was 3-4 years ago, they would be people who could destroy southern Xia with a flip of their hand. At that time, Meng Yingying was just a normal city in the southern summer country. She was a little girl that worried about her studies all day long. Who would have thought that fate would be so mysterious, allowing this little girl to soar up in just a few years and sit on the throne at the top of the world? Meng Yingying had her own vanity like a normal girl, but her vanity was very easy to satisfy. She only wanted to marry a good person and help her elder sister gain a foothold in South Sky City. Who would have thought that she would unknowingly become the empress? She would create a country with the man who could create miracles. The banquet continued for most of the day. All the important gifts from the various parties had been presented. Everyone began to excitedly chat with each other. This kind of opportunity was one of a kind on the continent. They came to this wedding and didn't even hesitate to give large gifts. There was a very important motive and reason, which was to become a distinguished guest in the Miracle Royal Palace. The higher the threshold set by miracle commerce, the more people would break their heads to enter. Because the high threshold was enough to separate the lower class, each guest sitting in the Miracle Royal Palace was a high-class person of the continent. The current continent was different from the past. Because of the appearance of the transport tower, many people who couldn't interact with each other could now cooperate with each other. Therefore, this was a very important social occasion. It would allow them to make friends with the kings of the various countries, the patriarchs, and the lords. It would be very beneficial for their future development. Meng Qingwu secretly revealed to Chu Tian, deducting the cost of this wedding, will earn at least several billion source stones. That much? Of course you don't know. For this chance, there are many small countries that emptied out most of their treasuries just to obtain a seat here. Chu Tian was very satisfied. Not only was this the most luxurious and influential wedding on the continent, it was also the most profitable wedding on the continent. It was about time. Chu Tian moved to the Miracle Royal Palace's conference hall. This was the last step of the wedding planning, and it was the step that everyone paid attention to. Miracle Commerce's various live broadcasts followed, allowing the entire conference to be broadcasted to every corner of the continent, letting everyone know the latest developments. The large conference hall was already filled with people. The first row was filled with the rulers. The second row was filled with the representatives of the empire-level powers. The third row was filled with the kings of warring kingdoms, as well as the patriarchs of the large tribes. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to this one's wedding. In order to not disappoint everyone's expectations, I won't be vague. Chu Tian stepped on the bright red stalls and walked to the center. He stood on the high platform and did not say any polite words. He announced to all the distinguished guests and the world on the spot, taking advantage of this good opportunity, I want to announce a few things. Everyone instantly calmed down. Everyone held their breaths as they carefully listened to every word Chu Tian said. First, Miracle Commerce will cooperate with the entire continent on core technologies, including transport, logistics, communication, and other fields. We plan to connect the entire continent in 3 years. In order to thank everyone here for coming, everyone will be given priority. Although Miracle Commerce's technology was very famous on the continent, the places they could directly influence were still limited to the Western continent. Of the guests that came to West Sea City's wedding today, most of them belonged to different powers. Most of them didn't have transport towers or the space warehouses that represented a new commercial revolution. Miracle Commerce's cooperation was not limited to the current allies. Any power on the continent could fight to cooperate with Miracle Commerce. This cooperation was very simple. It was simply that the local powers would provide resources, money, and protection. Miracle Commerce would provide technology and be responsible for the later stages of maintenance. And the final profit would be split according to the ratio. Miracle Commerce would take half of the profits. With the appearance of Miracle Commerce, these powers were already very anxious, especially the Six Empires. They had already established their own transport system and smoothly built a communication network that covered the entire territory. Not only were they making large profits, they were also using the manufacturing rights of the Miracle helmets to make large amounts of money. In the long run, wouldn't they leave the other powers behind? The powers of the continent were not willing to fall behind others. Miracle Commerce was like the sun in the sky and couldn't be threatened or moved against. So they could discuss any conditions as long as Miracle Commerce could provide them with the technology as soon as possible. Just Miracle Commerce's promise of priority. It wouldn't be a waste for them to make this trip. The second matter is that Miracle Commerce will open up more platforms to share with everyone. Our Miracle Shopping Center will allow outstanding merchants from all over the world to enter, creating the most convenient and top business platform on the continent. We will find more partners to develop more outer space mines and the underground world. Other than that, Miracle Commerce has large amounts of information on treasures, including 7 great ancient treasures, over 20 ancient treasures, and countless other large and small ruins. We are prepared to develop them with everyone. Miracle Commerce had the strongest business platform on the continent. The Miracle Shopping Center was built on the foundation of the Space Warehouse and was now the most popular and newest shopping method on the Western continent. It broke through the restrictions of space and time, allowing people to enjoy the experience of buying everything on the continent without leaving their homes. Elves, undead, giants, various small races, and etc. These races had low levels of secularization, didn't like to interact, or were weak, so it was hard for them to establish external businesses. Now, they could use the company's platform to solve these problems. The spirit beasts, the dwarves, and the other races that didn't have any business sense could use this transparent platform to obtain large benefits. This was a good matter that affected everyone's benefits. What was unexpected was that Chu Tian actually announced that Miracle Commerce had large amounts of ancient ruins and treasures. This was a very valuable piece of information, and he actually wanted to take it out to cooperate with everyone. The third matter is the most important one. Miracle Commerce has spent countless blood, sweat, and tears to develop the Miracle Continent. From today onwards, it will be officially opened. Everyone stood up and applauded. With so many people attending the wedding today, a portion of them had come for this news. We will release the information on the Miracle Continent and open the entrance in 1 hour. As long as one has the Miracle helmet, they can directly connect to the Miracle Continent. When Chu Tian was announcing and giving a simple introduction, Meng Qingwu was also releasing the information on the Miracle Continent, allowing people to go to the various departments of Miracle Commerce or directly connect to the Miracle helmet to obtain information. The Miracle Continent was a world filled with endless possibilities. There was nothing that couldn't be done as long as one had enough ability. After this short and shocking news conference ended, Chu Tian said his goodbyes. The wedding had been held here, and it had finally come to an end. Chapter 639. Chu Tian left after saying this. The rest of the time was given to the other high-level members of Miracle Commerce. The Miracle Royal Palace's banquet would continue for a few more days, allowing the company to discuss cooperation with other parties and allowing these people to socialize with each other. Chu Tian held Yingying's hand as he walked to a side hall of the Miracle Royal Palace. "You two are really in the limelight today." That's right. You actually caused such a large stir. Several important members of Miracle Commerce had been waiting here for a long time, and they all congratulated Chu Tian. As expected, Chu Tian came in and asked Meng Qingwu, "How are the preparations going?" "Relax, we've prepared for this long. There won't be any problems this time." Vivian and Nangong Yun's feelings were a bit complicated today. On one hand, they were happy for their best sister Yingying getting married, but on the other hand, they were disappointed that their big brother and the person they admired the most were together with their best sister. The two of them had drunk several jars of wine at the banquet and were a bit drunk now. The Miracle Continent was about to open. They had to properly play around to relieve their boredom. Information on the Miracle Continent was already being released. The Miracle Continent was a world filled with endless mysteries and possibilities. Actually, the current Miracle Continent wasn't even 1% of the real world, but there were several hundred cities already. Of course, there were several hundred cities that were very far from each other. So they didn't have an owner in the beginning. There were quite a few cities that were occupied by foreign races and strange beasts. Anyone could obtain these cities and become the overlord of the Miracle Continent, but the prerequisite was that they had to defeat these virtual natives or strange beasts. The Miracle Continent's main theme was management, socialization, business, entertainment, hegemony, and etc. Of the 600 cities that had been developed, each one could hold around 10 million people. When the Miracle Continent opened, there was only a single city that was the main city of the continent, being called the Miracle Continent's Sacred City. This city was the only official city, and it was the most important and largest city in the center of the continent. If there was no concept, it was actually very simple. This city could hold around 1 billion people. What kind of scale was 1 billion people? There were some small kingdoms that didn't even have this many people, but now Miracle Commerce had built a city that could hold over 1 billion people. This city could already become a kingdom. The Miracle Sacred City was too big, so there were over 1,000 transport points in the city, allowing the people in the Sacred City to quickly and efficiently move around. Other than that, the Sacred City was divided into more than 20 districts. There was a forest district, a swamp district, a desert district, a plateau district, an ice field district, and an underground district. This way, it could perfectly accommodate people of different races in one city, showing how rich and colorful Miracle Sacred City was. No matter if it was the emperor or the commoners, when they saw the information on Miracle World, they were all shocked and also very interested. Because the flow of time in most places in Miracle World was a quarter of the normal time, 4 days inside would only be 1 day outside. This was equivalent to extending a person's lifespan by 4 times. 5 more minutes. Everyone, put on your helmets. Chu Tian, Yingying, and the young miss put on their helmets, and a floating window appeared in front of them. The option to enter the Miracle World was still gray, but there was already a countdown on it. Everyone was waiting with great attention. Meng Yingying suddenly thought of something and asked, "How will everyone meet after entering the Miracle Sacred City? The Miracle Sacred City is this big, and there will definitely be quite a few people entering. It won't be easy to find in the sea of people." "This isn't a problem at all. Relax, City Lord's wife." The main person in charge of the spiritual department, Jean Luo, said with a smile, "Our communication helmets store each other's numbers. After entering the spiritual world, we just need to dial the number to communicate with each other." Then again, we are high-level members of Miracle Commerce and have special authority on the Miracle Continent. So what questions do we need to ask? As long as we don't break the balance, we can ask the God of Order for help. The God of Order was the smart brain that maintained the Miracle Continent. The high-level members of Miracle Commerce all had a certain authority. Therefore, it was very convenient for them to enter the Miracle Continent. As long as they didn't break the balance and fairness, they could ask the God of Order to solve any problems. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's activated. Meng Yingying quickly found a place to lie down. When the Miracle Continent was activated, a surge of spiritual energy reverberated in her mind, making Meng Yingying's eyes light up. This light was only a little bit at first, but it quickly spread across the entire world. She was surrounded by darkness. Meng Yingying felt like she was floating in space without gravity. A clear voice sounded in her ears at this time. Welcome to the Miracle Continent. Because this is your first time entering the Miracle Continent, please create a character. As soon as this voice fell, there were over 100 different characters in front of Meng Yingying. There were humans, spirit beasts, elves, and various other races. The human in the center was Meng Yingying's own appearance. Meng Yingying asked, "What's the difference?" "Your own race's character is free, and you can directly enter the Miracle Continent. If you want to choose a different race's character, you will need to pay 10 source stones for the first one, 100 source stones for the second one, and so on and so forth. Each user can create countless characters in theory." The voice continued to explain, different races have their own advantages and specialties. Meng Yingying felt this was very interesting. She had been a human in the real world for over 10 years, so if she could become a different race in the virtual world, wouldn't that be an unprecedented experience? The system sent out a notification at this time. During the character creation process, you can adjust your appearance for free. The adjustment range is 20%, and if you exceed this range, you will need to pay a fee according to the adjustment range. Meng Yingying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miracle Commerce really knew how to make money. She hadn't even officially entered the Miracle Continent, and there were already several fees. She chose the elven appearance. She adjusted her height a bit and didn't change much from her original appearance. So the adjustment range was only 8%, allowing her to create the character for free. The first foreign race character has been created. The fee is 10 source stones. It has been automatically deducted. Connecting to the continent. When Meng Yingying opened her eyes, she found that she had appeared in a peaceful forest elven city. There were thousands of people appearing all around her, and each person had the appearance of an elf, but they weren't elves in the real world. Each person had a look of curiosity as they looked at their new body and appearance. Because one's appearance could be adjusted on the Miracle Continent, the free adjustment range was 20%, even if it was a normal person. As long as they covered up their flaws by 20%, they would become beautiful women and handsome men. Not to mention that there were some people who used source stones to increase their appearance by 50%, 80%, or even higher. Therefore, there wouldn't be two ugly people on the Miracle Continent. Of course, there were some people who purposely lowered their appearance. Meng Yingying looked over her body. She was dressed like an elf, wearing a simple hemp robe and holding a bow in her hand. The window in her field of view showed her cultivation, which was only in the first chi refinement layer. Even her cultivation base was lowered to the lowest, like this, whether it was an emperor or a normal person, everyone's starting point was the same. This kind of world made people work harder. "Yingying, where are you?" "I'm in the forest elven city." A voice appeared in Meng Yingying's mind. She could tell it was her elder sister. "Elder sister, where are you?" "Come to the central square of the main city." "All right." Meng Yingying wasn't like the others who were still exploring the area. She directly asked the god of order for directions and found the transport point. Then she was transported to the incomparably large central square of the miracle sacred city. It was said that this square could hold 35 million people at the same time. The entire square was made of exquisite jade, and each detail was carved with incomparably detailed patterns. There was a giant fountain that released a dense mist in all directions, and there were several golden dragons sitting on a high platform. They were the guards of the miracle sacred city, and if anyone didn't follow the rules, these golden dragons would teach them a lesson. You wouldn't die on the miracle continent. Accurately speaking, after you died, you would revive after 7 days. Of course, if you were willing to pay source stones, you could revive in a safe zone, so everyone here was an undead person. Ying, over here. Meng Qinggu turned into a feather race person with snow-white wings, and Vivian turned into a little flower fairy that was the size of a palm. The others all chose strange races. Only Chu Tian was still a human. Where is Nangong? Is someone looking for me? Heavy footsteps could be heard, and when everyone turned around to look, they all burst into laughter. They saw a 5-meter-tall half-beast woman with a body full of muscles, red hair, and a curly beard. She even had 2 large fangs. Meng Ying said in a speechless voice, "How did you become like this?" "You don't understand this." The orc Nangong Yun laughed, releasing a deep voice that didn't sound like a woman's. "There will be a day when you're tired of being a beauty. I think this is quite fun." Chapter 640. This fellow Nangong Yun's taste was different from normal people. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to do something out of the ordinary. But this was the charm of the miracle continent. Everyone had a new start here. Everyone had the same starting line, and everyone had the chance to experience a life they couldn't experience before. Whether it was becoming an orc or an undead dragon, everything was possible. The real world source stones had a certain amount of help on the miracle continent, but it was mainly in creating characters, reviving after death, as well as other services. No matter how rich a person was, they couldn't completely rely on money to dominate here. This gave many normal people a large chance. Almost everyone had arrived. When everyone decided to wander around, a clear voice came from behind. "City Lord Chu Tian, I never thought I would meet you here. The authenticity of the miracle continent has shocked me. This is simply a whole new world. This work is just too great. Wasn't this nonsense? Did I need you to emphasize it?" Chu Tian turned around and saw a tall and beautiful woman appear in front of him. Although her appearance had changed quite a bit, Chu Tian could still recognize her with a single glance. Wind Moon Empress. The Wind Moon Empress was currently wearing the simple clothes of the elves, looking exactly the same as Meng Ying. This peerless female empress gave people a very simple feeling, not giving off any pressure at all. The Wind Moon Empress looked at her body. "I never thought there would be a day where I could become an elf." Chu Tian asked with a laugh, "What about the other empresses?" "Don't mention it. They are wildly creating characters and trying out new races. That big boss from the heaven-burning empire actually created over 30 races at once, trying them out one by one. As for that old fart from the Netherworld Sea, he has finally broken away from being an undead and has returned to being a living being. He can enjoy the joy of eating, drinking, and whoring that he hasn't enjoyed in a long time. I think he is fooling around with his subordinates right now." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say. These fellows were rich and overbearing. With people like them here, the miracle continent didn't need to worry about not making money. But speaking of this, the Wind Moon Empress was filled with admiration towards Chu Tian. "City Lord Chu Tian is truly worthy of being a master of the present age. This place is not only perfect, it is also filled with surprises. It's just that in the miracle world, this emperor has lost all of his cultivation and is not used to it. Can you help me recover some of my strength so that this emperor can freely display his skills? I'm afraid I can't comply. What? You won't even give me this little bit of face. I can pay primordial stones. How much do you want? Chu Tian seriously replied, This is not a problem of source stones. Our miracle continent's greatest charm and specialty is that everyone can start anew here. If I make an exception for the Empress, then the other emperors will find me to make an exception for a second or third time. Like this, there will be no fairness left, and it will become a place of transactions. Wouldn't that destroy this kind of beautiful place? The Wind Moon Empress knit her brows, feeling this was a bit reasonable. Actually, in order to ensure that Miracle World is fair and just, we've already given the authority to manage the world's laws to the God of Order that the Super AI has turned into. Even I can't easily change the laws around the God of Order, so I hope the Great Empress can forgive me. The Wind Moon Empress had a look of dissatisfaction, but she didn't force Chu Tian. She confidently said, Forget it, forget it. This Empress can stand at the peak of the real world. So naturally, I can stand at the peak of the Miracle Continent. I don't care about these unorthodox methods, but you should tell me how to increase my cultivation and influence. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. It's very simple. The difference between the Miracle Continent and the real world is that this is a world that combines reality and games, so it can be divided into the city and the wilderness. Actually, the method to increase your strength is very simple. You can find the trial tower in the city to challenge and obtain materials for your cultivation and equipment. You can also find demon beasts in the wilderness to kill and obtain materials. As for increasing your influence on the Miracle Continent, when you explore far enough in the wilderness, you will find many cities and villages in the wilderness. These ownerless villages and villages are occupied by powerful monsters or natives. The first person to conquer these villages and towns will obtain ownership, as well as the taxes and various privileges of the cities. Of course, these cities can be occupied by each other, which adds a lot of fun to the competition on the Miracle Continent. The Wind Moon Empress' eyes lit up. Now, he finally understood why it was more advantageous to enter the Miracle Continent as early as possible. This Miracle Continent could create a very large virtual economy in the future, and whoever could gain a strong influence on the Miracle Continent would gain a large influence. This influence didn't just come from the Miracle Continent itself. It could also be reflected in the real world. Interesting. Nangong Yun said in a loud and rough voice. If we have time to chat here, why don't we directly go out and take a look? That's right, let's go out and take a look. The Miracle Commerce people brought the Empress to the transport tower. Meng Qingwu chose a transport point and was directly transported to the southern outskirts of the sacred city. The teleportation point in the southern suburbs of the holy city was a green grassland. There was not a single person in the vast grassland. After all, the mainland had just been opened, and most people were wandering around the huge holy city. It would probably take a few days for the others to arrive outside. The Wind Moon Empress called out in surprise, Why are there so many wild beasts here? The prairie was filled with wild beasts. There were giant wolves, bulls, crocodiles, and etc. What was strange was that these wild beasts could see each other, but they were very peaceful together. This kind of scene was impossible to appear in the real world. Jean Luo introduced it to the Empress. This is the southern hunting area. The wilderness of the Miracle Continent can be divided into hunting areas and wild areas. The wild areas are highly similar to the real world's ecosystem, having a complete food chain system. The hunting areas don't have a food chain system. After the monsters in the hunting areas die, as long as a certain amount of time passes, they will automatically revive. This is specially provided for us to hunt. We'll use this area as a starting point and begin our adventure and exploration of the continent. Nangong Yun raised a large axe and charged out like a sheep without saying anything. I'll kill one first. Wild sheep were the weakest monsters. In the real world, if a wild goat saw a burly half-orc with a big axe charging at it, it would probably run away without a second thought. However, the monsters in this hunting zone were there for people to hunt. If they ran all over the world, wouldn't it be a mess? Meh, meh. The wild sheep gave a loud cry and actually used its horns to meet the attack. Although Nangong Yun's cultivation was very weak, it wasn't like she couldn't beat a sheep. She cut the wild sheep down in 2-3 moves, but there were several wounds on her body. After the wild sheep died, its body turned into dots of light, and a pair of sharp horns appeared on the ground. Nangong Yun picked up the horns and happily said, "Ha, ha, there's spoils of war." The Wind Moon Empress felt this was very new. Monsters would drop spoils of war when they were killed. These things could be taken to the city to exchange for resources, or they could be forged into the equipment or herbs they wanted. Using this method to slowly increase one's cultivation and strength, even if an emperor wanted to become strong, they had to rely on this method. So, everyone needed to spend the same amount of time. There was no shortcut at all. Let's go as well. Several people began to hunt in the hunting area. Wild sheep, bulls, giant wolves, crocodiles. As they killed more and more monsters, the spoils of war they obtained also increased. These monsters mainly dropped refining materials and occasionally herbs. These were all very precious resources in the early stages. But when they entered the grasslands, a majestic roar suddenly appeared. Vivian's expression instantly changed. "This is bad. A large monster has appeared." Before the others could make their preparations, a golden lion jumped out from the grasslands. It was 2 meters tall and was incomparably strong, giving off a majestic aura. Damn! Everyone run! This is an elite 9th body refinement layer monster. Everyone quickly turned and ran. The Wind Moon Empress knit her brows. A trivial 9th body refinement layer monster. If this empress runs, how can an emperor exist? Chu Tian said to her, "You are only a small 1st body refinement layer cultivator. Wouldn't you lose face if you were killed by it?" The Wind Moon Empress felt this was reasonable. Retreating was better than being killed, but it was already too late. The golden lion spat out a wave of energy that hit her, and the Empress gave a cry of shock before shattering into pieces, disappearing into specks of light. The respected Empress was actually killed by a level 1 demon beast. It was hard for the others to escape. After all, the difference in strength was too large. When the golden lion chased them, each of them sent them to heaven with a single slap. You wouldn't really die on the Miracle Continent, but after a character died, they needed 7 days to revive. Of course, they could pay source stones to revive quickly, but the amount of source stones depended on the character's cultivation. A 1st body refinement layer character only needed 5 source stones to revive, so everyone revived without any hesitation. When the Wind Moon Empress saw everyone again, her face was filled with anger and embarrassment. This kind of weak level 1 demon beast, if it was in the real world, even if there were 10,000 of them, this empress could kill them all with a single finger. I never thought that I would be killed by it here. "Empress, don't be angry." Vivian quickly comforted her. "We've already collected large amounts of materials. We can exchange them for pills to increase our strength a bit." Right. Nangong Yin also said, "We might as well not go to the wild. There are over 100 trial towers in the sacred city. We can go to the trial towers to gain experience. This way, we have a higher chance of obtaining materials, and we might even obtain cultivation techniques. Once we become stronger, it won't be too late to take revenge then." The Empress was angry, but she was completely attracted by this interesting continent. Therefore, she had a strong interest in the trial towers. She looked at Chu Tian. "City Lord, come with us." "I won't be participating this time." Chu Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. You also know that my wedding hasn't officially ended. I don't have time to play with you. Isn't that right? Ying. The Empress was very disappointed. Forget it. It's not like we're missing one or two people. The Empress ignored him and impatiently said to the others, Then we'll go. All right. Vivian and Nan Gongyun were fun people. Meng Qinggu, Jin Luo, and the others also had nothing to do. This group of people formed a small adventure team and went to the nearest Tower of Trials to participate in the trial. Chapter 641. Chu Tian led Ying around the Miracle Sacred City a few times, feeling the charm of the Miracle Sacred City. Almost every district had several large commercial streets, and there was a giant commercial city in the main district. It could compare to a normal city in the real world. What kind of concept was this? This was the same as a city filled with large shops. There were no houses, no afterimages, and no other facilities. There were only tens of thousands of shops. If a normal person wanted to go shop by shop, stopping at each shop for an hour, not resting for 24 hours a day, they would need several years to go one round. But in the Sacred City's large commercial district, there were various free transport points, which was very convenient. As long as one had a map of the shops, they could go to the area they wanted to go shopping or go to the shops they wanted to go to. The Sacred City's commercial streets sold real-world resources. Therefore, it was enough to satisfy anyone's shopping addiction. Miracle Commerce had a large platform like the Miracle Shopping Center. So why did they need to create a large virtual shopping area? Actually, there was no conflict between the two. The Miracle Shopping Center was only a virtual platform after all. In the future, there would be tens of millions of products, and it would be hard for people to find treasures in the vast amount of data. They would have to search for them and search for them. The value of the Miracle Sacred City's commercial district was very high. First, the Miracle Sacred City was the center of the Miracle Continent. With more people using the Miracle Helmet, the Miracle Sacred City would be the only official main city, so it would never be taken over. It would always be the birthplace of people on the Miracle Continent, and it was also very convenient to transport. It wouldn't be strange for there to be several billion people coming every day. This kind of large flow was enough to turn the commercial district into a shopping paradise. The Miracle Sacred City was divided into the Elven District, the Giant District, the Dwarf District, the Undead District, and other different districts. The commercial district of these districts would be made into the special products of the corresponding races. The commercial district in the center of the Sacred City would become the largest shopping area in the virtual world. This place would become a place of celebration for everyone. The Miracle Sacred City had large amounts of restaurants, entertainment, and adventuring services. These kinds of services didn't affect the balance, so of course they all had source stones to use. Other than that, the Miracle Sacred City was filled with large amounts of virtual properties. There were luxurious royal palaces that could hold tens of thousands of people, and there were exquisite tree houses and underground dwellings. It could satisfy the needs of emperors, kings, and lords, and it could provide a good virtual life for the middle and lower class people. There would be more and more people on the Miracle Continent in the future. Could it be that he was afraid of not being able to earn primeval stones? The Miracle Continent's ambition was not only to create a free, fair, and interesting spiritual world. They also wanted to use this product to topple all the industries in the real world. From that, business, life, research, and even politics would all be moved into this spiritual world. This was because the flow of time on the Miracle Continent was 4 to 5 times slower than the real world, and there were some special trial towers and special areas that could even slow it down by several dozen times. This meant that people's lifespans could be greatly extended and they wouldn't die, grow old, or get sick here. This was a huge advantage that was hard to achieve in the real world. The miracle continent had enough space, cities, and land. As long as there was popularity, there would be benefits, and as long as there were benefits, there would be people chasing after them. The excess conflicts, energy, and wealth of the real world could be digested on the miracle continent. Laboratories were set up in the holy city, highly imitating the real world, allowing scholars to conduct various simulated experiments and tests in the spiritual world. Not only could they reduce consumption, but they could also ensure safety and efficiency. In the sacred city, one could directly enter the spiritual library and miracle academy to study, allowing people to easily read secret books collected from all over the world. They could also enjoy the lectures of outstanding scholars. No matter how poor the continent was, they would have the best educational resources. There were too many things like this. It couldn't be mentioned one by one. This was the charm of the miracle continent. Therefore, the miracle continent had endless possibilities and would have endless influence, only there was no way to predict it right now. The miracle continent itself was not unchanging. Miracle commerce had absorbed many talents, including many sages from all over the continent. This kind of team that grew stronger day by day would constantly research and update the miracle continent, making it more and more perfect. In the eyes of people like Ying, the miracle sacred city was simply a giant amusement park. There was food, drink, play, shopping, martial arts competitions, trials, and all kinds of interesting things, making her very satisfied with this. The two of them played in the sacred city for a while. They had already spent most of the day here. There were more and more people appearing in the main city area, and the two of them had walked enough. So they took off their helmets and returned to the real world. When the two of them took off their helmets, the others were still wearing their helmets indoors. They were probably fighting in the trial tower. Chu Tian brought Ying back to Miracle City. Miracle City was not as noisy as West Sea City or as lively as the Miracle Royal Palace, but the entire city was filled with a festive atmosphere. The elves presented their artworks for the city lord's wedding, the dwarves were carving statues for the city lord's wife, and even the ogres had decided to set this day as an ogre festival. Miracle City had already become a pearl of the forest of chaos. It had already become an existence that could control the continent. The Miracle City citizens' confidence and sense of honor was naturally strong. The city lord's wedding in West Sea City was very awe-inspiring, so this day had already become Miracle City's most important day. Greetings to the city lord's wife. Greetings to the city lord's wife. When Chu Tian brought Ying back, all the guards and citizens that saw the two of them all bowed down to them. Meng Ying was a bit embarrassed about being called the city lord's wife. After all, she wasn't used to it at first, but she was still very satisfied in her heart. When she returned to her room, she slowly took off the expensive and luxurious robe she was wearing. Her beautiful cheeks were slightly red, her slender and straight thighs were perfect, and her entire body was sparkling like jade, without the slightest flaw. Chu Tian looked at Meng Ying's slightly shy appearance and said, "You really are beautiful today. You really don't know how to speak." Meng Ying gave a snort. She pretended to be angry to hide her nervousness. "Am I not beautiful yesterday? Am I not beautiful tomorrow? Am I only beautiful today?" Chu Tian laughed and said, both beautiful. Who would have thought that Ying would turn her head? "Then why did you wait until now to marry me?" How could Chu Tian not know what Ying was thinking? He took the initiative to walk over and gently held her in his embrace, gently saying, "That is because we can live for a long, long time, and we will be together for a long time in the future. We will never be separated again, starting from today, and starting from tonight. Are you satisfied with this? My city lord's wife." Meng Ying reluctantly nodded. "I'll believe you this once." After she said this, she suddenly stood up and kissed Chu Tian on the cheek. Chu Tian hugged Ying's soft body, and the two of them kissed each other. Finally, they fell onto the bed in the candlelight, and the two young figures intertwined together. From this moment on, whether it was their bodies or souls, the two of them had already established an inseparable connection. From this moment on, Meng Yingying had officially become Chu Tian's woman, and she had become the city lord's wife. All of this happened naturally, whether it was Chu Tian or Yingying. There was nothing unexpected at all. The next day, Meng Yingying woke up in a daze. Meng Yingying's quiet and beautiful cheeks had a slight blush on them. Her inexperience gave her a charming feeling. Last night, she had completely transformed from a girl to a woman. At this time, her body was only covered with a thin blanket. A pair of long and slender legs were stretched out, and a full chest was also faintly discernible under the blanket. Meng Yingying felt like she was in a warm embrace. When she turned around, she saw Chu Tian's handsome and delicate face in front of her. His eyes were still closed. She didn't know if he was asleep or pretending to be asleep. Yingying looked at his face, and her heart was filled with joy and sweetness. She couldn't help going over and pecking his face like a chicken pecking rice. At this time, she felt some movement beside her. When she turned to look, her face immediately became very embarrassed. This was because there was a little snow-white fox sitting on the bed. Its two shifty eyes were curiously looking at the woman lying in its master's embrace. "Ah, when did a fox like you come in?" Meng Yingying suddenly sat up and saw the thin blanket fall off her body. In an instant, the spring scenery was revealed. It was as beautiful as a painting. Meng Yingying quickly grabbed the thin blanket to cover her body while her other hand desperately shook Chu Tian. "Hey, quickly wake up!" Chu Tian opened his eyes to look at her, and then closed them again. "What are you afraid of? It's a female fox." Meng Yingying said in an embarrassed voice, "That's not it. It's not early anymore." "So what? Even if we sleep until tomorrow morning, no one will dare care about me. Who told me to be the boss?" Meng Yingying anxiously pulled him up. "Big sister, Nangong, Vivian, they will definitely laugh at me. This is too embarrassing. Get up, quickly get up." This girl's face was too thin. Now that they were officially husband and wife, could it be that she was still afraid of others gossiping about them? However, Chu Tian really did have a lot of things to take care of. He could only put on his clothes and walk into the city lord's hall with Meng Yingying. Chu Tian looked at the empty conference hall in a daze. There was only a mature and beautiful white-clothed woman sitting in the entire conference hall. The other seats were all empty. He asked in a puzzled voice, "Young miss, where are the others?" Meng Qinggu didn't look any different than usual. She was organizing the data sent by Smart Brain while saying with a tired yawn, "They are still playing on the Miracle Continent. Including the emperors, even the Dragon Elder, and the Nether King are very fond of the Miracle Continent. They are all immersed in it and can't pull themselves out. Their group is currently challenging the Trial Tower. I think they won't be in the mood to come back to work for now." "Is that so?" Meng Yingying's heart itched hearing this. "How can they be absent from work for no reason? I'll go find them and properly teach them a lesson." "Aya, after a night of Yingying, you really do look like the city lord's wife." Meng Qinggu revealed a smile as she blinked her eyes. "How was your night last night?" "Big sister, you're also joking with me." Meng Yingying's face instantly turned red as she quickly ran for her life. "I'll go find Nangong and the others." Meng Qinggu could only say, "Don't play for too long." A day in the real world was 4 or 5 days on the Miracle Continent. These fellows didn't come out for this long. It seemed like they really liked the Miracle Continent. It could be seen from this point that the Miracle Commerce product was an unprecedented success. Chapter 642. Chu Tian sat down next to Meng Qingwu. "How was our harvest this time?" "Very successful." Meng Qingwu gave a simple evaluation. Our direct income reached several billion source stones. We also dealt a heavy blow to the Big Dry Empire, capturing the Big Dry Emperor and the opening of the Miracle Continent. After this matter is over, Miracle Commerce will be able to establish its position on the continent. Although Chu Tian had guessed that this wedding would bring quite a bit to the company, he never thought it would be this shocking. Other than the direct influence and benefits, this wedding was the cornerstone of Miracle Commerce's strategy on the continent. This was because there were several hundred representatives of powers that didn't have any contact with Miracle Commerce, but they all had direct contact with Miracle Commerce during the wedding. Most of them had already made plans to cooperate with Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's transport towers, shopping centers, and communication systems would soon be built in different regions and countries of the continent. After this wedding, Miracle Commerce would officially jump out of the Western continent, and their influence and products would spread across the continent for the first time. Although in terms of strength and army, Miracle Commerce was still lacking compared to the empires, Miracle Commerce had already created the first super business empire that spanned the continent. This was an achievement that no country or power on the continent could imagine. Chu Tian asked, "What are our next steps?" Miracle Commerce has already reached the peak of the continent in terms of business. There isn't another company that can compete with us. What we need to do now is strike while the iron is hot. Meng Qingwu was not satisfied with the large harvest they had obtained because her duty was to seize every opportunity to obtain more. Right now, we are in a honeymoon period with the empire-level powers of the continent. Not to mention that the opening of the Miracle Continent will attract everyone's attention for a long time. We can use this chance to form a federation. Meng Qingwu's federation plan had been prepared for a long time. Miracle City's influence on the continent was not inferior to any power, even surpassing many empire-level powers. Miracle City had the name of a superpower, but they lacked the strength of a superpower. Miracle City was just a city in the end. In this world where only the strong were respected, if one didn't have enough strength, they wouldn't be able to maintain peace just by relying on alliances. Therefore, if Miracle City wanted to solidify itself, they could only go one step further and establish a true empire-level superpower. Chu Tian felt that it was about time. West Sea City's wedding was in the limelight. If Meng Qingwu were to make such a request to the Elven King and the Dragon Lord, it would be hard for them to refuse. After all, Miracle Commerce's grand plans had just begun. If they cooperated with Miracle City, they would obtain even more resources and benefits in the end. No one would refuse benefits. Even the elves were the same. With Miracle City as the leader, other than the Forest Alliance and the Kingdom Alliance, there was also the Sea Race Alliance and the Underground Alliance. These powers weren't strong on the continent, and they were in a loose state. If they could all unite and obey the leadership of the highest voice, a new empire-level force would be born. Meng Qingwu shook her head and said, "If that's all, I'm not satisfied." Chu Tian looked at her in shock. Could it be the young miss wants more? Other than the headquarters in the Forest of Chaos, the several kingdoms in the north, the entire Western Sea, and the purgatory subterranean world, I'm very interested in an even more important area. Meng Qingwu gently flicked her finger, and a map of the continent appeared in front of them. Miracle City's current power only occupied a small part of the western side of the continent. Meng Qingwu gently pointed at an area. "I want to merge the Big Dry Empire into our territory." Chu Tian instantly sucked in a cold breath. Meng Qingwu had always been an ambitious leader, but Chu Tian had underestimated her. The Big Dry Empire was a superpower with close to 10,000 years of history. Although they had been miserably taken care of by Miracle City, the Big Dry Empire still had a foundation. If they really fought to the death with Miracle City, it was unknown who would win. Several 100,000 big dry empire soldiers had died under Miracle City's hands. This blood feud could be said to be a conflict that couldn't be resolved. How could Miracle City turn their greatest enemy into an ally in the blink of an eye, and it was as a subordinate? There had never been an empire-level power on the continent that became a subordinate of another power. Meng Qingwu really dared to say this. But then again, if the big dry empire could really be subdued by Miracle City, the effects would be unimaginable. This was because Miracle City's current conditions were enough to form an empire power. Before the big dry empire had a conflict with Miracle City, they were one of the top 3 powers on the Western continent. Not only did the Great Qian Empire control dozens of vassal countries in the Western continent, but they had also extended their hands to the Western Sea a long time ago. The destruction of the powerful sea race empire, Deep Blue, was very likely a result of the Great Qian Empire's covert actions. Now, the Great Qian Empire controlled about a quarter of the Western Sea, and the benefits were hard to resist. If Meng Qingwu's wish came true and the big dry empire was subdued by Miracle City, the result would not be as simple as 2 empire-level powers merging together. The Forest of Chaos and the big dry empire were very close in terms of geography. There were countless small powers between the 2 powers, with no lack of neutral and opportunistic powers. Now that these 2 superpowers merged together, the final result would be that the entire region would be connected. All the neutral and opportunistic powers would have no choice but to side with this new giant. Other than that, the entire Western Sea would merge with this new power. The big dry empire, the Forest of Chaos, and the Western Sea. Any one of these 3 places had the potential to become an empire-level power. This way, a giant would be born in the Western continent, finally spreading to the entire Western continent and dominating it. There had never been a power that could dominate an area like this. Miracle City would become the true overlord of the continent. Chu Tian, of course, knew the benefits of doing this, but he still knit his brows and said, "How confident are you?" Meng Qingwu countered with a question, whether it is using hard or soft methods. "How confident are you in taking care of the big dry emperor?" Chu Tian thought about it. "Although the big dry emperor hates me to the bone, he is still a person. If I use unscrupulous methods, it isn't hard for me to change a person's opinion of me. The main problem right now is not the big dry emperor, rather it is the entire big dry empire." If Chu Tian only used methods to deal with a single person, although it would be hard for someone on the level of the big dry emperor, he could still do it. But the problem now was that the big dry emperor was the big dry empire's emperor, but the big dry empire had several billion citizens. These people had lived in the big dry empire for generations, so they already had the pride and dignity of an empire citizen. Was it easy to make them submit to Miracle City? The hardest to deal with was the nobles. This was because with a large reform, no matter how thorough it would harm the interests of large amounts of nobles, so it would be hard to avoid resistance in the end. The big dry empire was an old power, and the nobles were deeply rooted. How could it be easy to deal with them? Meng Qingwu confidently said, "Let's divide the work. You'll be in charge of the big dry emperor, and I'll be in charge of the big dry empire. We'll use 2 months as the deadline. Whether we can succeed or not will depend on this time." Miracle Commerce was very efficient. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to develop to its current scale in less than 4 years. However, Meng Qingwu wanted to move an empire that had been around for 10,000 years in just 2 months. This kind of task was not a normal kind of difficult. On the contrary, it was Chu Tian who felt it was easy to deal with the big dry emperor alone. The young miss is filled with confidence. How could I not support her? The matter of Chu Tian and Meng Yingying's marriage was already known to the entire world, and the miracle continent was spread to every corner of the continent. Because of the limited number of miracle helmets, there weren't many people that could enter the miracle continent. Therefore, the most important thing was to make more helmets as soon as possible. The 6 powers that were authorized to make helmets had already made the production of helmets the most important strategic goal of their countries. They all invested more resources, increasing the production of helmets by 10 times. The nobles of the various countries, including these emperors. He spent most of his time in the miracle world every day, busy expanding his territory and exploring training strategies. Thus, he was completely unaware of certain things happening in the continent. He had even neglected the important news of Meng Qinggu, bringing a large group of people to the Deqian Empire. This was something that couldn't be helped. Who told the miracle continent to be too charming and challenging? Every person that had experienced it couldn't stop at all. The miracle continent did not just have strength for the emperors and nobles, it also had a large attraction for the lower class families. This was because everyone's starting point was fair. Normal people could go through adventures and fortuitous encounters on the continent and surpass the famous emperors of the continent. Not only would they obtain a large sense of accomplishment, they could also obtain rich benefits from it. Chapter 643. The Big Dry Emperor was locked in the dungeon specially made for him by Miracle City. The 6 emperors had captured him alive with the help of the elven king Lancelot, but after the Big Dry Emperor was locked up in Miracle City, not to mention Chu Tian, not a single high-level member of Miracle Commerce or Miracle City appeared. They just left him hanging in the dungeon, like he wasn't an emperor of a generation, but rather a small character. The Big Dry Emperor's cultivation was suppressed by a large array. His hands, legs, waist, and neck were all shackled with runes. 2 barbs were pierced through his shoulders, completely sealing his spirit energy meridians. 7-8 Heaven Domain experts didn't move an inch, sitting in front of the dungeon without blinking. They guarded him 24 hours a day, so he had no hope of escaping at all. The Big Dry Emperor's current appearance was in a very sorry state. His long hair was scattered across his body, and he was only wearing a thin set of clothes. His body was covered in blood, and he was heavily injured. Although he had a heaven-shaking cultivation, he couldn't use it at all. Even standing up was an extravagant hope. What kind of great shame was this to an emperor? On this day, Chu Tian finally remembered the emperor that was locked up, therefore he decided to go to the dungeon to see him. After passing through the heavy guards of the dungeon, Chu Tian finally saw the imprisoned Big Dry Emperor. He saw that the Big Dry Emperor couldn't move at all. He was firmly suppressed by a large source energy array. Not to mention the Big Dry Emperor releasing his earth-shattering emperor might. Perhaps he didn't even have the strength to walk. The Big Dry Emperor also felt a figure walk in, and he looked up at the youth in front of him. He saw that the other side was very young, wearing a simple robe, with a helmet in his left hand and a fox on his right shoulder. Although he had never seen the other side before, the Big Dry Emperor could recognize who it was with a single glance. If looks could kill, it was unknown how many times Chu Tian had died. Chu Tian said with a shrug, "Your Majesty, please don't look at me with this kind of gaze. Actually, no one wanted things to develop to this point. Have you never reflected on yourself? You have to know that from start to finish, Miracle City has never taken the initiative to invade a single inch of the Big Dry Empire's territory. It was the Big Dry Empire that kept provoking us. So strictly speaking, for things to develop to this point, it is your Majesty's own fault." This was indeed correct, but to the Big Dry Emperor, how could he admit his mistakes? The Heaven Emperor laughed coldly, the chains around him trembling a few times. It was a pity that he no longer had the strength to struggle, only able to let out a low and hoarse voice like that of an owl. "Have you specially come to humiliate me?" Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. No, I specially made something for Sir Big Dry Emperor to calm down." The Dry Emperor tightly clenched his fists. "Big Dry Emperor, what do you do?" "Big Emperor's Dry Emperor's Dry Emperor." Chu Tian gave the helmet in his hand to the person beside him. "This is the spiritual helmet I specially made for Sir Big Dry Emperor." Emperor put Big Emperor to put Chun Chun Moon Emperor, Chun Dry Emperor, Sun Chun is, and had Emperor Chun son of. The prison guards were a few sages of death. These undead sages were sent by the Nether King from the Netherworld Sea to help Chu Tian. Not only were the undead sages knowledgeable, they were all in the Heaven Domain realm. Therefore, while they increased Miracle City's scholars' strength, they also increased Miracle City's overall strength. A spectral, wise one brought the helmet over with invisible energy, slowly sending it into the prison, before slowly placing it on the Big Dry Emperor's head. The Big Dry Emperor didn't know what Chu Tian was up to, but even a fool would know that Chu Tian definitely wouldn't give her anything good to eat. The Big Dry Emperor is an emperor in the end. If you are humiliated too much, outsiders will think that Miracle City doesn't know how to treat guests. Chu Tian said with a smile, "The Big Dry Emperor is too excited, so he needs a quiet place to calm down." This spiritual helmet is specially made for the Big Dry Emperor. It can send the Big Dry Emperor into a spiritual world. This spiritual world's time flow is 300 times that of the real world, which means that one day in the real world is 300 days in the spiritual world. A normal person's mind can't withstand such a large difference in time, but the Big Dry Emperor's mind can properly enjoy it for a while. I hope you can calm down during this period of time. Chu Tian left after saying this. "You bastard, I'll tear you to 10,000 pieces." The Big Dry Emperor's roar came from the prison. Chu Tian didn't even turn his head. Only the little fox on his shoulder turned around to make a face at him. The Big Dry Emperor didn't struggle much before the undead sages activated the helmet together. The Big Dry Emperor's power was completely sealed. Not only could he not use his spirit energy, he couldn't use his divine sense. Therefore, he couldn't resist this helmet at all. The Big Dry Emperor felt his surroundings change. The chains on his body and the source energy array beneath him all disappeared. When the Big Dry Emperor looked around, he found that he had appeared in a normal family's room. It was completely empty inside. There was only a table and a chair. The Big Dry Emperor angrily threw the chair against the wall, but after 5 seconds, the pieces gathered together and returned to their original state. The Big Dry Emperor found that in this spiritual space, no matter what he did, he couldn't change it in the slightest. Even the sunlight shining through the window never changed. This place was like an unchanging painting that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years. The time flow in this spiritual space was 300 times that of the outside world. This meant that if the Big Dry Emperor was locked up in Miracle City's prison for one day, he would need to spend an entire 300 days here. If he was locked up for 10 days, that would be 3,000 days. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year and a half, 10 years, 20 years. The Big Dry Emperor's heart suddenly filled with a kind of hard-to-suppress fear. Chu Tian didn't want him to suffer any physical pain, but this kind of treatment far surpassed any kind of punishment the Big Dry Emperor could imagine. What kind of person was the Big Dry Emperor? He once controlled the Big Dry Empire and slaughtered in all directions. Wherever he went, no one dared to disobey him. How overbearing and arrogant was that? Now that he was locked up in this small room that would never change, he could be locked up for hundreds or even thousands of years. There was no one to talk to, nothing to do, and no way to resist. The Big Dry Emperor, an emperor that could control the lives and deaths of millions with a wave of his hand, suddenly turned into a pitiful worm that would never change. This kind of change was hard for normal people to imagine. Chu Tian, come out for me. Let me out. The Big Dry Emperor crazily roared out in the spiritual space, but this kind of action had no meaning. This was the effect Chu Tian wanted. He knew that the big dry emperor would be filled with anger towards him, so there was no hope of negotiating with him in this situation. So Chu Tian didn't discuss anything and first put a helmet on him, letting him curse in the spiritual space for 10-20 years until he was satisfied. In such an environment, no matter how hot-tempered or ruthless a person was, they would probably cool down in 10 or 20 years. After all, he wouldn't be able to do anything for 10-20 years. He wouldn't be able to go out. He wouldn't be able to cultivate. And he wouldn't be able to communicate. He could only sit in this broken place. Just thinking about this was terrifying. Chu Tian didn't think it was excessive. There had to be an extreme method to deal with an extreme person. Right now, Meng Qingwu was leading a group of envoys to the Big Dry Empire to negotiate with the Big Dry Empire's nobles. It was unknown how long it would take for them to come back, but it was a good thing that Miracle City had several super smart brains to take care of it. The advantage of these smart brains was that they wouldn't make mistakes, but their weakness was that they weren't good at taking risks, but that didn't matter. Miracle City was very stable right now, so they didn't need to take any risks. Now that Miracle City was no longer a threat, the biggest task was to increase Miracle City's technology investment and coordinate the progress of the various projects, especially the new transport towers, communication equipment, and the production of the Miracle helmets. In short, Miracle City had several dozen projects at the same time, so it was hard to coordinate the manpower, so it was best to leave everything to the smart brains. Chu Tian directly gave an order to the smart brain. "Zero, I need to order a batch of materials." Zero immediately replied, "I'm very happy to serve you. What materials does the city lord need?" Chu Tian directly listed out a large list of materials. There were over 20 kinds of immortal herbs, and he estimated that it would cost around 1 billion source stones. What kind of concept was 1 billion source stones? This was a large sum of money that normal kingdoms would find hard to gather even if they sold their treasuries. Zero said without any hesitation, "Send out requests through various channels. I ask Sir City, Lord, to wait for the good news." Chu Tian was very satisfied with this. Wasn't the company created for this goal? Each of these materials were scattered all over the continent. If there wasn't Miracle Commerce, the space warehouse, and the powerful communication system, even an emperor wouldn't be able to gather all these materials in just a few years. Moreover, the entire process would cost a large amount of money. Chu Tian casually gave the smart brain a list of materials. Now he could just sit and wait for the materials to be gathered. After Chu Tian finished these two matters, the little fox excitedly ran in front of Chu Tian. It was holding something in its claws as it waved its hands at Chu Tian. "This is the miracle helmet." Chu Tian found that the thing in the little fox's hands was actually a helmet that was smaller than a fist. When Chu Tian wasn't in Miracle City, the little fox actually ran to the laboratory and had the Miracle Commerce people make a custom helmet for it. This helmet was made for the little fox. "You also want to play on the Miracle Continent?" The little fox nodded. It put the helmet on its head and waved its claws at Chu Tian. Chu Tian was very curious about what the little fox would look like on the Miracle Continent. Therefore, he also put on his helmet. When he entered the Miracle Continent, he immediately went to the designated location to see the little fox. "Fuck, you're a fox." Chu Tian stared dumbfoundedly at the person who appeared in front of him. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked about 7 or 8 years old and had 2 ponytails. She looked very sweet and cute. Her appearance was no different from a human child. The only distinguishing feature was that she had 5 white foxtails on her back. This is a hidden race that the God of Order specially created for me, the demonic race. At this moment, the little girl opened her mouth to speak. Her tone was indeed very ostentatious, but her voice was childish and childish. My strength is still not enough. If I can cultivate 9 tails, I can also transform into this in the real world. Chu Tian was instantly speechless. This little fox could speak on the miracle continent, and it could even activate a hidden demonic race. This was just too incredible. Chapter 644. As soon as Chu Tian went online, the others felt it because the miracle helmet had a built-in friend function. As long as they added each other's spiritual address book. When the person in the spiritual address book logged onto the miracle continent, the other people on the miracle continent would receive a notification. Meng Yingying quickly called Chu Tian over to gather with them. "You're the little fox." "Wah, too cute. Quickly come over and let elder sister pinch your face." When everyone learned that the little monster girl was the little fox, they were all stunned, so they all came over to be intimate with her. After all, if one didn't know the little fox's nature, just based on her innocent and cute appearance, it was enough to kill both men and women, making people have a good impression of her. The little fox was filled with pride, not feeling any shame at all. She was also very happy right now. After all, if she relied on normal cultivation to evolve, it would take a long time for her to reach the 9-tailed monster fox level. Now that she had the ability to transform because of the miracle helmet, this was naturally a very good thing. "Where are you preparing to go?" "Young miss, why are you here?" Chu Tian was very surprised to find that other than Yingying, Nangong, Vivian, Feng Kaidai, Jin Luo, Yun Xiao, Yun Yao, and several other emperors, there was a large group of people gathered here. Most of the Forest Alliance's high-level members were here, as well as various kings and nobles. There was also a very familiar figure among them. Young Miss Meng Qingwu? Didn't the young Miss secretly run off to the Big Dry Empire? Chu Tian understood after thinking about it. The Big Dry Empire didn't have a transport tower. So if the young Miss wanted to go to the Big Dry Empire, she could only take the air transportation. This trip would take 2-3 days. The young Miss had nothing to do. So couldn't she just put on the helmet and play with everyone? Like this, she would appear in front of these people all day, and no one would guess that the young Miss was heading to the Big Dry Empire, achieving her goal of deceiving everyone. The young Miss really was very cunning. "Boss, you and the little fox came at the right time." The orc Nangong, Yun, slapped the table and said, "Everyone has discovered a dog headman village outside the city. We have failed several times before. Tonight, everyone has gathered several thousand people. Everyone is determined to take this village, so you should come and help." Chu Tian had nothing to do, so he nodded. "I'll play with you guys." The Miracle Continent was rich in entertainment, adding all kinds of challenging content. It mainly included competitions between people, trials, and adventures in the wild. Apart from hunting monsters in the wild, the most important and interesting setting was to conquer a town. Every city on the Miracle Continent other than the Sacred City could be attacked. Whoever could take a city in battle would have the right to use it, which had a very high value. After all, every town and village had their own teleportation towers, warehouses, and other related facilities. Just a single teleportation tower was enough to provide tempting benefits. For example, the Kobold village that they had just discovered was actually a small town that was half a day's journey from the Holy City. If they didn't conquer this Kobold village, then they would have to travel for half a day's journey every time they wanted to go further. However, once the Kobold village was conquered, they would be able to directly teleport from the Holy City to the Kobold village, and then set off from there. Wouldn't that save a lot of time? If anyone could occupy this town, they would immediately obtain large benefits. Also, attacking this kind of place had very tempting spoils of war. Therefore, anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't let go of this kind of good chance. An entire 3,000 people participated in the battle. there were people from Miracle Commerce, people from the Forest Alliance, people from the various empires, as well as other kings and nobles among the 3,000 people. When these people saw that Miracle Commerce's Chu Tian had come to join in on the fun, everyone was very shocked. Your Miracle Commerce already has a sacred city. Could it be that they didn't think it was enough? They actually came to steal this kind of place. But this also showed the fairness of Miracle Commerce. Even if Miracle Commerce wanted to obtain a small town, they still had to fight for it. It could be seen that these advantages were the same for everyone. There wouldn't be any bias. The Kobold village was already in front of them. According to the reports, the Kobold village had over 10,000 kobolds, with cultivations between the 3rd and 6th body refinement layers. This was still quite difficult for everyone at this stage, because no matter how good their luck was, they could only reach the 3rd body refinement layer at most. But it didn't matter. The body refinement realm was a basic realm, so the difference in strength wasn't that big. These people were all in the true spirit realm in the real world, and there were quite a few experts in the peak of the heaven domain realm. Even if they fell to the body refinement realm, it wasn't hard for them to use techniques to offset 3-4 layers of cultivation. Not to mention that these people were rich, spending source stones to buy weapons like crossbows. They wouldn't care about these weapons in the real world, but in this place, in front of people in the body refinement realm, these weapons were very valuable. Prepare to attack. Although there were 3,000–4,000 people participating in the battle, there were at least 10 different powers that didn't see eye to eye with each other. After all, they were now competitors. People didn't wait for more people to arrive before they couldn't help moving. The race the Burning Heaven Emperor chose was a stone human race. He waved his stone arm as he commanded, "Quickly, quickly!" It was like he was afraid someone would steal it if he was a step late. Several hundred warriors immediately charged forward. Although the Miracle Continent tried to be as fair as possible, it was impossible to be 100% fair. Real world source stones could be used on the Miracle Continent to create characters, revive, and run businesses, but they couldn't be used to buy herbs or secret manuals. Even if it was a transaction between people, there was still a tax. But this didn't stop these emperor-level characters. Which one of them didn't control an area in the real world, controlling billions of people? Was it possible for them to start at the same starting line as normal people? They directly gave the most elite guards a helmet, and these people would be able to help them fight from the start. Although they couldn't sell herbs, they could still buy support items like this crossbow. Because of the large value of the current stage, the price of the crossbow was very high. But how could the other Emperor-level characters care about this bit of source stones? They directly bought large amounts of crossbows to hunt monsters. Although there was a tax restriction on the transaction, this didn't affect the Emperor-level characters. They could obtain various pills and secret manuals from their subordinates. With these resources, how could the Emperor's growth be slower than others? The troops the Burning Heaven Emperor brought were all local elites. They never thought that after coming to the Miracle Continent for a few days, they would be reprimanded like they were worthless. Now they could only slaughter in all directions to restore their image. The Doghead men's village looked very simple. Just as the name implied, the Kobold village was built on a mountain, which increased the difficulty of attacking it to a certain extent. The Burning Heaven Emperor was eager to gain merit. When he led his trusted troops to the village, he found that the others had already been left far behind. There was no one else left or right, which made his heart feel a bit scared. This is bad. Could it be that they didn't come? The Burning Heaven Emperor's worries were already too late. The gates of the village opened, and there was the howling of dogs. There were several hundred strong dog-head men holding all kinds of weapons. They had faces filled with rage as they looked at these fellows that had recklessly charged into the village. So. Arrows flew out, releasing ear-piercing whistles. The burning Heaven Emperor couldn't dodge. Kill! Kill for me! Several hundred people began a fierce battle with the Dog Headmen warriors. The Dog Headmen warriors were fierce, and there were many of them. Under the wild barrage of arrows from both sides, the burning Heaven Emperor's people fell one after another. The burning Heaven Emperor angrily roared out and wanted to personally attack, but 7-8 arrows landed on his body, and this respected Great Earth Emperor was turned into a porcupine. Damn! You fellows! You actually sent this emperor to his death. The burning Heaven Emperor angrily roared. He helplessly turned into light and disappeared. The burning Heaven Emperor had already been killed. He could choose to revive in 7 days, or he could choose to pay source stones to revive. Who told this fellow to be so stupid? The Wind Moon Empress saw the burning Heaven Emperor being killed in front of her and said in a mocking tone, "You're looking for death, and you're blaming us. Truly an idiot." However, according to the burning Heaven Emperor's probing, everyone discovered that the kobolds were stronger than they had imagined. They immediately began to adjust their strategy. In this situation, it was clearly not the time to be distracted by internal strife. Based on the number of people who had come to attack, if they wanted to successfully seize the stronghold, they would have to work together. Have the people that cultivate defensive cultivation techniques come out. These Dog Headmen archers have very strong archery skills. We have to form a defensive line to block the arrows, otherwise it will be hard to charge into the village. All of the major factions gathered together the people who had cultivated defensive secret arts, and had these people stand at the front to defend against the kobolds' attacks. The others would follow closely behind and attack the kobolds' stronghold. The Sacred City Army and the Dog Headmen army clashed again, and people began to fight in front of the village. Finally, there was a loud explosion. The village's gate was successfully broken through. Everyone killed their way from the entrance to the center of the village. Although the Dog Headmen weren't weak in numbers and battle strength, they didn't have any intelligence, so they couldn't fight properly. The warriors from the Sacred City were all famous experts in the real world. Although they were very weak, their battle awareness was still there, so they quickly gained the advantage and forced the Dog Headmen to retreat. 2 hours later, there were less than 1,000 Dog Headmen left. Just when everyone thought that they could win, something unexpected happened. From the large tent in the center of the Dog Headmen village, a black-furred dog, Headman, suddenly charged out. It held 2 blades as it charged at the crowd like a windmill. Instantly, there was a flash of light in the crowd. It was simply like a bulldozer. More than a dozen people were killed. The Wind Moon Empress angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Hey, that miracle commerce person over there. This fellow is clearly in the body refinement realm. How could his battle strength reach the awakened soul realm? How did you plan this?" That's right. Preposterous. The Wild Beast Empire's Wild Beast Emperor was also very dissatisfied. Your plan is not reasonable at all. You clearly knew this would happen, but you didn't even give us a warning. Everyone has misunderstood. This Dog Headmen leader is the leader monster of an area. In our design, the leader monster is several times stronger than normal monsters, so it is normal for it to have this kind of battle strength. Meng Qingwu explained while dodging. As for the design of the scene, that is even more unfair to us. The Miracle Continent has over 600 large cities and tens of thousands of small villages. There are also all kinds of wild terrain, thousands of trial scenes, and hundreds of millions of monsters. If every detail was designed by our company's employees, we wouldn't be able to create the Miracle Continent in 100 years. Chu Tian added, "The Miracle Continent is created by the combination of many super smart brains. We only gave them the general situation, the basic laws, and the main cities, so as for the details of the continent, even the people involved don't understand it. So it was like this. What are you saying this for now? Nangong Yun raised her mace as she charged at the dog headman leader. Let's get rid of him first. Chapter 645. The dog headmen leader sent Nangong Yun's mace flying with a blade. With another slash, Nangong Yun disappeared without a trace. Nangong! Vivian was a flower fairy now, so her small body was very nimble. She immediately circled around the dog headmen's body, trying to restrain them. She never thought that the dog headmen would give a loud roar and Vivian's mind would shake. It was like she had been attacked on a spiritual level, and she fainted on the spot. Shwa! A wave passed. Vivian had also been resurrected. Meng Yingying was shocked. Even Vivian had been killed. Go, go, go! Everyone go! These large characters that could summon the wind and rain in the real world all charged forward. In the end, the dog headman leader did not have any problems even after being hit by several dozen arrows. Rather, it raised its two blades and wildly chopped down, killing over 100 people. The Wind Moon Empress cried out in alarm as she was hacked to death. Eunice, Lancelot, and these real-world experts could not even take a single blow from the dog headman leader. They were all sent to heaven in a single move. Don't retreat. We won't really die anyways. We have to exhaust him to death. Whoever can kill the dog headman leader, this village will belong to that person. The dog headman leader's vitality was very strong. Even when facing everyone's attacks, he did not fall into a disadvantage at all. The two giant blades were raised, and an incomparably fierce blade, Chi Storm, appeared. Fuck! Chu Tian, the Meng Yingying sisters, Yun Xiao, Yun Yao, Feng Kai Dai, and the others were all within the range of the blade Chi. When the crisscrossing white blade Chi swept over, they did not even have a chance to dodge. They were all covered by it and finally turned into white light that disappeared. Damn! The Miracle Commerce Group had all been killed. It was destined that they would not be able to obtain this village. Miracle Commerce's own people were this miserable, so it could be seen that they did not know anything about this. The dog headman leader's spirit energy seemed to be endless. As his injuries became heavier, his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Every time he sent out a blade Chi, it would kill a group of people. But no matter how strong the dog headman leader was, he had no way of defending against this endless encirclement. Finally, there was an anguished wail. The kobold leader finally fell to the ground. Its corpse dropped a large number of spoils of war, including the 2 kukri blades he used, a large number of pills, materials, and so on. Everyone knew that this was the kobold stronghold's Lord's medallion. Quick, grab it! The wild beast emperor hurriedly shouted. Everyone had expended so much effort to take down the kobold village. Wasn't it for the sake of seizing the initiative and obtaining this stronghold? Now that the Lord's token was right in front of them, these people who were fighting side by side just a moment ago immediately became hostile to each other. In the end, they killed each other to snatch the token. The wild beast emperor directly threatened. Who dares to fight with this emperor? This emperor will destroy his country. For a token, they actually threatened to destroy their country. This fellow was really hopeless. These people didn't care about him at all. Since everyone had come to the Miracle Continent, they had changed their faces and even their races. So how could the wild beast emperor know their true race and country? Not to mention that the continent was so big and everyone was in different areas. Even if you were an empire, how could it be easy to destroy a country? While everyone was fighting for the token, no one noticed that from a gap between everyone, a little snow-white fox suddenly came out. She quickly jumped in front of the token and used her mouth to grab the token, immediately escaping from the crowd. The Lord's token had to be held for a period of time before it could take effect. Whoever obtained the Lord's token would become everyone's target. After the little fox obtained the Lord's token, she suddenly disappeared. The little fox was a member of the demonic race, so her innate talent did not disappear on the miracle continent. Relying on her teleportation ability, she left everyone behind. After around a quarter of an hour, there was a golden light that fell from the sky onto the little fox. The first lord of the Kobold stronghold was born. Everyone's lungs were about to explode from anger seeing this. Everyone had spent a large amount of time and energy, but it was finally taken away by the unknown little fox. The little fox suddenly turned into a little girl with a flash of light. Her eyes turned into crescent moons from smiling, and her two little hands held the large token. She said in a childish voice, "I'm selling it. Who wants it?" Everyone was stunned. The wild beast emperor looked around. The other people on the same level as him had already been killed in battle. He immediately revealed a look of wild joy as he pushed through the crowd. "What price do you want, say it?" The two of them haggled over the price. Finally, the wild beast emperor opened the bank and sent 100 million source stones to the little fox's private account. The little fox straightforwardly gave the Lord's token to the wild beast emperor. This was a happy situation for everyone. Although 100 million source stones was not a small number to the wild beast emperor, it wasn't enough to cut off their flesh. This kobold stronghold in the wild beast emperor's hands was worth more than 100 million source stones. The little fox had no use for the stronghold, so she could use this chance to earn some money. She opened her spiritual account, and 100 million source stones was sent in, which made the little fox very satisfied. Although her master was very rich, that fellow was too stingy. She had to earn money herself these days. With this starting capital, the little fox could obtain some insider information. She was prepared to earn a large sum in both the real world and the virtual world. Ha ha ha! This came from the wild beast emperor. The other competitors had already been taken care of by the kobold leader. Otherwise, how could it be this easy to buy a lord with just 100 million source stones? It had to be known that this was the Miracle Continent's first private lord. Just the face earned was worth more than 100 million source stones. The wild beast emperor sent his subordinates to search the stronghold. "Emperor, we found many treasure chests in the warehouse. They are all spoils of war." "Emperor, we found a transport tower in the center of the stronghold. It has already been activated to transport to the sacred city." "Emperor, we found a recruitment field in the stronghold's training camp. We can use source stones to buy kobolds to guard the stronghold for us." "Emperor, we found a trial tower for the kobold stronghold. It seems like it can open a trial space for the stronghold." All kinds of harvests and reports came in, making the wild beast emperor unable to close his mouth. There was no need to mention the value of the space warehouse, the spoils of war, and the transport tower. The kobold training camp was a very important place because the kobold stronghold could be attacked by others. In order to protect their territory, they had to buy large amounts of kobolds, which required source stones. But what did this bit of expenditure count for to an emperor? The last pleasant surprise was the kobold trial field. Although the wild beast emperor was a spirit beast, since he could become an emperor, he definitely wasn't stupid. He had already realized what decided the value of a stronghold. First was the location. For example, a town's location was very good, and there were very precious hunting grounds or resource fields around it. Or perhaps this town was at the edge of the current exploration area, so if one wanted to explore further, they had to go through this place. Then this town would have a very high value. The kobold stronghold was half a day's journey from the sacred city. It was without a doubt the furthest place. Moreover, there were many hunting grounds and resource fields around it that could increase one's strength early on, so it had a very high value in the early stages. If the location and surrounding resources were external factors, then the internal factors of a town were even more important. If a city had a complete set of facilities like a space warehouse, arena, trial field, business street, tavern, theater, real estate, and etc., then this city would easily attract people to settle down, so it would naturally have value. The Kobold stronghold was just a trivial stronghold. Of course, it wasn't this complete, but it had a special trial field. The name of this exclusive training field was Kobold's Herb Garden. The materials used to produce it included low-grade yuan essence grass and low-grade life grass. In the real world, everyone knew that yuan essence grass was a recovery herb, and everyone knew that life grass was a healing herb. Now that the Miracle Continent had just been opened, this kind of resource was in short supply. Countless people would come to the Kobold stronghold to challenge the trial field and obtain large amounts of herbs. Whether it was for personal use or to sell, it was very valuable. Whether it was using the legends of the Kobold stronghold or challenging the trial field of the Kobold stronghold, it was very valuable. The Wild Beast Emperor had picked up a large bargain this time. After the Wind Moon Emperor and the Burning Heaven Emperor learned of the situation, they were seething with anger. They never would have thought that this barbarian would pick up such a large bargain. But they were not discouraged. Wasn't it just a broken stronghold? There were many places like this around the sacred city. They had to find one and occupy it. This was not just a fight for benefits. This was a fight for face between the emperors. The Wind Moon Emperor gave an order to the domestic helmet production department. From now on, when the helmets were produced, they would buy 20% of them internally. She now realized that selling all the helmets was a mistake. She should have prepared an army to compete in the virtual world. If she had done this before, she wouldn't have lost to anyone. The other emperors all followed suit. In short, the Miracle Continent had only been open for a few days, and these people were already like a raging fire, playing very intensely. Other than the intense competition for territories and resources, the Miracle Continent's academies were also preparing to open. Other than that, the spiritual library, spiritual research facility, arena, and etc., they were all being used. The charm of the Miracle Continent was quickly blossoming. I'm about to reach the Big Dry Empire. Meng Qingwu received a message from the real world. Now, my diplomatic group will begin working in the Big Dry Empire. How is it going on your side? Chu Tian revealed a smile. I've already finished half of it. I don't need to worry about my side at all. All right, then I'm assured. Meng Qingwu bid farewell to everyone after saying this. She took off her helmet and prepared to work. Chapter 646. Night fell on the Miracle Continent, and the sacred city became even more bustling. The sacred city's Miracle Grand Hotel became a popular place for people to spend their money. The Miracle Continent was very similar to the real world, but it wasn't the same as the real world. For example, the Miracle Continent made people feel hungry just like the real world. But there was a difference between an illusion and reality. In the real world, if one didn't eat for a long time and couldn't replenish their energy, even the strongest cultivator would find it hard to endure it, dying in the end. Even if people felt hungry on the Miracle Continent, it wouldn't directly kill them. In other words, as long as they could endure the discomfort and pain of hunger, they wouldn't die even if they didn't drink anything for 5 years. This was the main difference between the Miracle Continent and the real world. The rich could spend their days on the Miracle Continent, tasting all the delicacies in the world. Normal people could eat delicacies that were hard to taste in the real world. If the poor could endure hunger, they could eat once every few days, or even once every few months. Of course, most people couldn't endure the discomfort of hunger. Since they could enter the Miracle Continent, it wasn't like they couldn't even eat. Not to mention that under extreme hunger, the strength of their spirit energy would be greatly reduced, so it wasn't good for adventuring or production. The flow of time on the miracle continent was slower than the real world. This meant that eating 3 meals in the real world would be eating 9 or even 10 meals on the miracle continent. The food and beverage industry was a very important source of income. In the future, when the miracle continent had hundreds of millions of people, miracle commerce would have a large profit margin in the food and beverage industry. The miracle sacred city's advantage was that from the moment the continent opened, all the facilities were complete. This also meant that for a long time in the future, the miracle sacred city would have a monopoly on food and beverage, lodging, entertainment, and etc. Of course, there would never be a lack of smart people. Now, there were some smart merchants that began to pay attention to the potential of the miracle continent, spending large amounts of money to buy stores in the miracle city's sacred city. They would sell them when the price increased in the future, while also investing in food and entertainment. These services didn't affect the balance of the miracle continent that much, therefore real-world source stones could be used here. If they could take the lead in the market, there would be a large profit margin. The miracle continent was filled with life. Almost everyone was fighting like they were on stimulants. This was because everyone here could become an expert of the miracle continent. And there was not just one path to becoming an expert. Some people could find special secret realms, ruins, and treasures in the wild, or they could kill special monsters to obtain precious treasures and secret manuals soaring into the sky. Some people could also form their own forces and gather manpower to attack cities and plunder territories to become a hegemon. Some people could stay at home and walk the purely commercial route, earning huge profits by reselling resources and investing in virtual assets. They could purchase medicinal ingredients, pills, and equipment from other adventurers and develop into the top experts. A diverse world could not be short of ways to play. Adventure, domination, and business were the main ways of playing on the miracle continent. But that wasn't the only way to play. The miracle continent was filled with endless possibilities. He would give a few normal examples now. The holy city was rich in cultural, entertainment, competitive content, and related construction. Now, a set of professional players had been born. Contestants fought in the virtual arena. During this process, they could defeat their enemies and obtain victory rewards. Contestants did not have to run around to hunt or participate in trials. Even if they became professional contestants, they could still continue to grow stronger. Other than that, the natural entertainment value of the competition was enough to create a trend. An outstanding competition would attract the attention of many commoners, and it could even be broadcasted in the real world, allowing the entire world to watch the competition. This was without a doubt a good time to create a star of the competition. Various powers would place people with talent in the arena to train themselves. Other than the competition, researching knowledge, or creating an outstanding film or artwork, they could obtain source stones or pills and herbs in the virtual world according to their value or popularity. In short, whether it was adventure, domination, business, competition, creation, or learning, the entire world was built on a very complex but fair system. Therefore, as long as one could reach the peak in any field, they could become a person above everyone else in the virtual world. This was the most attractive part of the miracle continent. Shu Tian left the miracle continent and first looked over a set of data. There were several million people on the miracle continent, and in just a few short days, they had already spent over 500 million. The main spending was on real estate, food, tools, shopping malls, and various services. There weren't many people entering the miracle continent in the first batch, but their spending power was shockingly high. The retention rate of these people was very high. Even emperors like the Wind Moon Empress and the Wild Beast Emperor were all infatuated with the miracle continent. This was also understandable. No matter which great emperor it was in the real world whether it was cultivation or influence, they had already developed to the peak and reached a bottleneck. There was not much room for them to break through, now that there was suddenly a new world with unlimited potential and extremely interesting. How could it not stimulate their desire to compete? Shu Tian looked over the data and found that the emperors had spent 80 to 90% of their time on the miracle continent. Unless there was something very important in the real world, they were too lazy to leave. The emperors had already started to build virtual estates and royal palaces in the miracle sacred city. It could be seen that they were prepared to move their offices from the real world to the miracle continent in the future. The estates on the miracle continent were an important source of income. The sacred city was very big, and the various luxurious palaces and residences could attract the desire of the emperors and normal people. It would be another high source of income for the miracle continent in the future. Shu Tian was filled with confidence in the miracle continent. The super smart brain Zero reminded Shu Tian, "Sir City Lord, the materials you ordered have all been bought. You need to use them now." "You bought them this quickly?" Shu Tian was very surprised because the materials he ordered were not normal materials. It had only been this long, and they had all been bought. This kind of speed was very shocking. "Send them all to my laboratory space warehouse. I need to use them now." Shu Tian came to his personal laboratory and opened the space warehouse, taking out all the materials. More than 10 supreme-grade medicinal herbs were placed in all kinds of exquisite immortal jade boxes and laid out. Any one of these materials was enough to make countless heaven domain realm experts fight over them. But now Miracle Commerce had sent them over millions of miles from every corner of the world in just 2 short days. This was Miracle Commerce's current strength. This was Miracle Commerce's current influence. The little fox was like a cat that smelled fish, immediately revealing a greedy expression that wanted to steal a bite. "Go die to the side. Don't think that I don't know that you've just earned a large amount on the Miracle Continent. If you add in the materials you stole from the Miracle Gardens and other places, you should be worth at least 500 million source stones. If you steal a single immortal herb from me, I'll freeze your account and confiscate all your things." The little fox was so angry that its fur was about to explode. "That was earned by this fox with my own strength. What right do you have to do this? Even if I steal things from the garden and the warehouse, it was stolen by this fox with my own strength." Shu Tian waved his hand at the indignant fox and said, all right, I'm going to refine pills. This alchemy is very important, so go play on the side and don't disturb me." The little fox was filled with indignation. This fox had gone through life and death with you for so long, you actually didn't give this fox any face. The little fox directly left in a fit of anger. Now that the little fox had tasted the sweetness, she was prepared to take a stroll in Miracle City. Wasn't it easy to earn money with one's own strength? The little fox decided to personally start a business on the Miracle Continent. Shu Tian sent the little fox away, and he began to gather his spiritual energy and divine sense. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the ancient bronze cauldron floated into the air. Shu Tian infused his divine sense into the ancient cauldron and saw the source energy array lines on it light up. Shu Tian raised his hands high up, and with a loud roar, spirit energy surged out of his body. The auxiliary refining equipment in the laboratory also released spirit energy. Several kinds of energy were released at the same time. The ancient cauldron's source energy alchemy array began to show its effects. Shu Tian's personal strength was not weak, and Miracle City's laboratory could provide an endless supply of pure spirit energy. This spirit energy was directly extracted from source stones, so it was as pure as a human's. Shu Tian's spirit energy was mainly used as a guide in this process. The divine herb from the moon god's palace was taken out. A small piece was taken out, and he placed it into the cauldron to be refined. After 7 days and 7 nights, the cauldron released a dazzling glow. A pill was born from it. It was like the rising sun, giving off a dazzling light. Chu Tian did not waste any time. It was hard to find a material to seal this pill even in Miracle City, and if it was left here for too long, the medicinal energy would be lost. Even if a little bit of this divine pill was lost, it would be a large loss. Chu Tian picked up the pill and swallowed it. Then he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. The vast spiritual energy in his body flowed like a sea. He had been stuck in the first heaven domain layer for a long time, and Chu Tian hadn't made no progress in this period of time. Miracle Commerce had such a strong advantage in resources and production, so each high-level member of the company ate pills as snacks. Chu Tian was not an exception. He had to swallow an immortal pill every day to increase his cultivation. Accumulating like this, without immediately breaking through, made the foundation in Chu Tian's body become more and more solid. This elixir had undoubtedly detonated the sea of elemental energy in his body. Spiritual energy instantly permeated every part of his body and was refined in his meridians. Finally, it turned into pure and primitive elemental energy, making him feel as if every meridian was filled with elemental energy like a raging river. There was no suspense at all. Chu Tian directly broke through a layer. This was just the beginning because most of the spirit energy in his body hadn't been refined yet, especially the divinity contained in the pill. This was something that was rarely seen in pills before. When Chu Tiankai's spirit energy was fully absorbed, he very quickly reached a bottleneck, and in the end, smoothly broke through another layer of cultivation. He was in the third heaven domain layer. Chu Tian's cultivation was still lacking compared to the emperor's, but with his methods and abilities, even if the emperors wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be easy. He now had the ability to fight against the giants of the alliance, so he was one of the peak experts on the continent. Chapter 647. Chu Tian spent an entire 10 days to break through, and then spent another 10 days to consolidate his cultivation. After he finished, Chu Tian wasn't in a rush to leave the laboratory. He stayed in the laboratory for a while, and no one knew what he was doing during this time. When Chu Tian finally came out of the laboratory, it was because of Meng Qingwu contacting him. Meng Qingwu had contacted Chu Tian. The Big Dry Empire's work had already made a breakthrough. It can't be this fast. Chu Tian knew that the young Miss efficiency wasn't low, but it had only been a month. How could she have made this kind of breakthrough? Normally speaking, a month wasn't enough to walk through the entire Big Dry Empire. Chu Tian communicated with the young miss in order to understand the situation. Meng Qingwu described the entire matter in detail in the spiritual space. Meng Qingwu wasn't going to the Deqian Empire alone. Instead, she was leading a team of a few hundred diplomatic officials. Meng Qingwu didn't need to go through the trouble of running all over the Deqian Empire. Her job was mainly to oversee the central government and make arrangements. Most of the actual operations were done by her subordinates. When Miracle City's team arrived at the Big Dry Empire, the Big Dry Empire was already in a chaotic state. This was because the Big Dry Empire had suffered another defeat, and this defeat was even worse than the previous ones. The entire empire was covered in a layer of dark clouds. Their status as a large country had disappeared. The most direct impact was the diplomatic relations maintained by the country's prestige. The Big Dry Empire's subordinate countries had already decided to stop paying tribute to the Big Dry Empire under the incitement of all sides. Some of them even betrayed the Big Dry Empire to become independent or join other powers. This caused the Big Dry Empire to suffer an unprecedented loss because an empire had at least several warring kingdoms attached to it, and there were hundreds of small and large countries. The large countries relied on the protection fees and tributes of the small countries to earn large profits, which was a large part of the country's income. After the Big Dry Empire experienced two large defeats, and the Big Dry Emperor being captured, the Big Dry Empire's citizens' confidence had greatly decreased. Even the nobles were very pessimistic about the Big Dry Empire's future. Not only was Miracle City becoming stronger, its development speed could be described as 1,000 miles a day, creating a new world almost every day. In this kind of situation, what could they use to protect the small countries? The Big Dry Empire had such a large grudge with Miracle City. It was already a problem if they could protect themselves. The Deqian Empire was definitely not in the mood to manage these small countries. Moreover, because of the possibility of a bigger war breaking out, it was very likely that the vassal countries would increase protection fees and tribute in the future. It would be strange if these small countries did not choose to defect. The Big Dry Empire couldn't destroy the Forest Alliance even at its peak, so it was even more impossible now, or in the future. The only allies they could rope in were the Highland Alliance and the Howling Sky Empire, but now they had broken off relations with the Big Dry Empire because of the defeat of the Allied army. These two empire powers followed the trend, and like the other empire-level powers of the continent, they took the initiative to establish relations with Miracle City. This filled the Big Dry Empire with fear. Now, among the empire-level powers of the continent, other than a few secluded existences that had secluded themselves for thousands of years, as long as they weren't a part of the secular world, they were all working with Miracle City. The Big Dry Empire could be said to be an orphan of the world. Miracle City's status was rising, and Miracle Commerce's technology and products kept coming out, allowing every country on the continent to embrace the new era and develop quickly. Only the Big Dry Empire maintained its original style. It was because Miracle City's status was becoming higher and higher on the continent that the Big Dry Empire's power was declining. This was because everyone knew that the Big Dry Empire and Miracle City were enemies. Now that they were fighting for technology, no one wanted to fall behind. No matter how big or small the countries were, they all cut off their relationship with the Big Dry Empire. There were even quite a few that became enemies with the Big Dry Empire in order to curry favor with Miracle City. This background was fully used by Meng Qinggu. Meng Qinggu first met the leaders of the Highland Alliance and the Howling Sky Empire through a spiritual conference on the way to the Big Dry Empire, finally turning hostility into friendship with the two empires. Miracle Commerce would use very generous conditions to build transport, logistics, and communication systems for the two empires. The two empires would use the conditions to put pressure on the Big Dry Empire. Miracle City not only had the support of the six empires now, even the Highland Alliance and the Howling Sky Empire were standing on Miracle City's side. From the western continent to the central continent, Miracle City didn't have any power that could oppose them. The surrounding countries rebelling against the Big Dry Empire was actually related to Meng Qinggu's actions behind the scenes. The emperor was captured, the subordinate countries rebelled, and there were internal and external troubles. They were in imminent danger. Meng Qinggu finally entered the Big Dry Empire at this time, but she didn't directly meet with the high-level members of the Big Dry Empire. Rather, she used various methods and channels, spending hundreds of millions of source stones to buy out all the media channels in the Big Dry Empire. The Big Dry Empire's media was very traditional, mainly using newspapers and letters to send information. This kind of media was very different, so it was impossible for it to be controlled by the central government. The various states of the Big Dry Empire all published shocking news, which was openly and secretly criticizing the Big Dry Emperor and the high-level members of the Big Dry Empire. There were half-truths and half-lies mixed in with all kinds of discrediting information, making the middle and lower class people think that the Big Dry Empire's current situation was purely because of the Big Dry Emperor and the high-level members' ambition and arrogance. The main culprits for the Big Dry Empire losing over 1 million soldiers were the people in power in the court. Miracle City was purely playing the role of an innocent person in this matter. Other than that, they lost this chance to announce the changes Miracle City's technology had brought to the continent, as well as the consequences of the Big Dry Empire's seclusion. This made countless people understand and yearn for Miracle City's technology and products. It had to be said, Meng Qingwu's move was very good. The main conflict between Miracle City and the Big Dry Empire came from several large battles. Not only did these battles cause large amounts of casualties to the Big Dry Empire, it also caused the Big Dry Empire's national power and influence to decline. Therefore, the Big Dry Empire's citizens hated Miracle City to the bone. The Big Dry Empire's high level invited them to negotiate. They were all rejected by Meng Qingwu. On one hand, she was dragging it out, wearing down their spirit. On the other hand, she was using external pressure and internal persuasion to control the situation from top to bottom. She had already obtained very good results. Now that Meng Qingwu felt the time was ripe, she began to negotiate with the largest families and nobles of the Big Dry Empire. Meng Qingwu's current strategy was very simple. If she could persuade, she would persuade. If she could lure, she would lure. If that didn't work, she would threaten. If that didn't work, she would fight or even assassinate them. The Big Dry Empire was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Big Dry Emperor wasn't here, and there was no one to support him. The entire empire's public opinion was turbulent, the subordinate countries were in pieces, and there was even more external pressure. In this kind of situation, with Meng Qingwu's outstanding mediating methods, she was confident that she could take care of the Big Dry Empire's high level in a month. Meng Qingwu said, "I mainly need 2 things right now. The first is source stones. I need enough source stones to bribe the high-level members. The second is to take care of the Big Dry Emperor as soon as possible, as long as the Big Dry Emperor agrees to our request and has the strongest Emperor clan side with us, it would be considered a success. Use Miracle City's source stones however you want, whether it's 2 billion or 3 billion. Even if it's 10 billion, it's worth it. If you don't have enough source stones, you can borrow from other powers. If you don't have enough, you can sell our resources. As long as we can take down the Big Dry Empire, no matter how much we spend, it won't be too expensive." Chu Tian gave Meng Qingwu his absolute support. "You don't need to worry about the Big Dry Emperor. I have ways to subdue him." Meng Qingwu nodded. "All right, since it's like this, then we'll hurry." After Chu Tian exited the communication channel, he calculated the time. The Big Dry Emperor had been in the spiritual cage for 30 days, and he had been in the little spiritual world for around 25 years. 25 years. That little room. No matter how strong a person's temperament was, they wouldn't be able to endure 25 years of boredom. No matter how bad a person's temperament was, they should have calmed down after 25 years of solitude. Chu Tian felt it was about time, so he came to the dungeon and decided to see the Big Dry Emperor. From the outside, the Big Dry Emperor didn't seem to have changed at all. After all, only 30 days had passed in the real world. Chu Tian waved his hand at the undead sages guarding this place, and the undead sages came forward to open the Big Dry Emperor's helmet. The Big Dry Emperor suddenly returned to the real world. He looked at the familiar and strange environment around him with a blank expression, and then looked at the familiar and strange person in front of him with a blank expression. He had wanted to tear this fellow to pieces countless times, but now that this person had appeared in front of him, he didn't feel that overflowing anger and hatred. There was only helplessness and weakness. In these 25 years of living in the spiritual cage, the big dry emperor had gone crazy and cursed, but he had finally calmed down. He began to think about his life, and he began to think about why he had fallen to this state. He began to realize that going against Miracle City was a mistake from the beginning. Chu Tian looked at the big dry emperor with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, we haven't seen each other for 30 days, and you seem much calmer. It seems like this helmet is quite useful to you." The big dry emperor said through gritted teeth, "What do you want? Let me out." Chu Tian shook his head. "What do you think I'm lacking? I have money, I have territory, I have status, and now I even have a wife. Do you think you have anything to exchange for your freedom? I'll tell you the truth. I've recently invented an upgraded spiritual helmet. It can slow down the flow of time in the spiritual world to 1%, and when you are locked in the spiritual cage, you will lose your sense of touch, hearing, sight, and movement. Only your thoughts will remain. Like this, you will spend the next several hundred years, or even several thousand years, in remorse and pain." The big dry emperor began to feel fear. Although he was an emperor, he shouldn't be afraid of anything. But that bastard Chu Tian was just too terrifying. The torture tools he invented surpassed any kind of punishment in time. Even if it was a person with a firm will, they wouldn't be able to maintain their rationality under this kind of terrifying punishment. Chu Tian counted with his fingers and said, "I'll consider the big dry emperor's lifespan to be 1,000 years. Even if you have 500 years left, if you are locked in here for 500 years and you wear the helmet, then 500 times 500, you will stay in the spiritual cage for 250,000 years. Oh, this really is a shocking number. It's even longer than the ancient civilization of the continent. I think it's enough for you to see through all the mysteries of life from ancient times to now." "Stop." The big, dry emperor lowered his proud head like a blade of grass hit by frost. "What do you want? Just say it." Chu Tian said with a smile, "I don't understand the big, dry emperor's meaning." The big, dry emperor weakly said, "I'll agree to whatever request you have, in exchange for my freedom." Chu Tian thought about it and said, "This is what the big, dry emperor said. So I won't be polite. I want to cooperate with your country. More accurately, it's a fusion." He explained the Federation's plan to the big dry emperor. After the Federation is formed, you can still sit on the throne of the emperor, possessing most of the administrative power and a small part of the military. But most of the administrative power and the military will be controlled by Miracle City. Only like this can we unite and create an unrivaled giant that can dominate the continent. The big dry emperor's expression changed. He already knew that Chu Tian's conditions wouldn't be simple. He was even prepared to hand over the entire big dry empire's treasury in exchange for his freedom. But the big dry emperor never thought that what Chu Tian wanted wasn't the billions of source stones stored in the treasury over the past 10,000 years, but rather the entire big dry empire. The big dry emperor flew into a rage out of shame. "Chu Tian, don't go too far. The big dry empire was built with the blood of previous emperors. Do you think you can swallow the entire big dry empire with just a single battle?" "What are you saying? I haven't swallowed the big dry empire. The big dry empire is still the big dry empire. The big dry emperor is still the big dry emperor. The citizens are still citizens. Nothing has changed. We are only discussing a more scientific and perfect power structure. After we perfectly merge, I will focus all my attention on Miracle Commerce's technology and products, letting the billions of citizens of the big dry empire obtain unprecedented wealth and power. What's wrong with this? What I sacrifice is just a part of the benefits of those in power. Wishful thinking. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, because you still have time. An entire 250,000 years. I think it's enough for you to think about this problem. Other than that, I want to remind you that the Big Dry Empire is on the verge of collapse. All the subordinate countries have already left control and stopped paying tribute. The Highland Alliance and the Howling Sky Empire have already become Miracle City's allies and are planning to invade the Big Dry Empire. What about the Big Dry Empire? That is truly a mess. Over 500 million citizens are rebelling against the empire, and over 15 families are leading their cities to separate from the empire to form a kingdom. The royal families have already been pushed aside, and all the high-level members are fighting for the imperial palace. No one cares about your life or death. I'll say this much. Chu Tian snapped his fingers twice. Someone put the new helmet on the Big Dry Emperor. We'll meet again after 2,000 years. The undead sages were about to put the new helmet on the Big Dry Emperor. Slow. The Big Dry Emperor was filled with despair as he said in a dejected voice, "Even if I agree to your request, it's impossible for everyone to agree. This is our job. We will naturally take care of it." All right, I agree. Chapter 648. It was impossible to know what the Big Dry Emperor was feeling when he made this decision. But it could be said that the Big Dry Emperor had no choice but to grit his teeth to make this decision. But the Big Dry Emperor had no other choice. After all, Chu Tian was just too ruthless. If the Big Dry Emperor didn't agree, he would be imprisoned for 250,000 years in a cruel and painful manner. 250,000 years. The Big Dry Emperor would rather suffer all the cruel punishments in the world than spend 250,000 years in silence, darkness, and loneliness, not to mention the 250,000 years of spiritual imprisonment in the upgraded spiritual helmet. Even the 25 years of being alone in the spiritual helmet was enough to make him feel like a lifetime had passed. His mentality, thoughts, and spirit had all undergone large changes. Chu Tian crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the Big Dry Emperor with a suspicious gaze. "How can I believe you? What if you're just brushing me off and you don't recognize me after a while? Then I'll be treated like a fool." The Big Dry Emperor knew that Chu Tian definitely had a backup plan, so he said with a tired expression, "What do you want? Don't waste time. Take it all out." All right. Since the Big Dry Emperor says this, then I won't be polite. Chu Tian took out several pills and added a spiritual contract. These pills are all thought-sensing poisons. After they are ingested, they will immediately go into hibernation, and even the highest-level alchemist won't be able to find any problems. This poison will change according to your thoughts. As long as you have thoughts of breaking your promise and take action, they will immediately release and swallow you. Other than that, this spiritual contract is just in case. Both pills and spiritual insurance. He wouldn't be afraid of the Big Dry Emperor betraying him like this. The Big Dry Emperor knew that he couldn't pass this pass no matter what. Any struggle would be futile, so he might as well happily accept it. He swallowed the poison pills that Chu Tian had carefully refined and then signed a spiritual contract. He released a portion of his spirit and sealed it into the contract. Very good, very good. Chu Tian was very satisfied with this result, because whether they could swallow the Big Dry Empire or not, at least they had the Big Dry Emperor in their hands. As long as they had the Big Dry Emperor in their hands, the Big Dry Empire would never be enemies with the Forest Alliance. Whether it was advancing or retreating, Miracle City was invincible. Chu Tian reported the good news to his mistress in the Deqian Empire. The young miss never thought that Chu Tian would be able to deal with the Big Dry Emperor so easily. This Big Dry Emperor was one of the emperors of the continent, making him submit to Miracle City. Meng Qingwu thought it was much harder than taking care of the Big Dry Empire's mob. However, as the saying goes, strengths and weaknesses complement each other. What Chu Tian found difficult to do, Meng Qingwu could do, and what Meng Qingwu found difficult to do, Chu Tian could easily do. With the two of them working together, how could the great Qian Empire not be wiped out? After the Big Dry Emperor gave in, he was released from prison by Chu Tian. From now on, the Big Dry Emperor had temporarily regained his freedom. Chu Tian not only wanted to use methods to make him submit, he also wanted to make him realize his failure in his mind and spirit. During this time, the Big Dry Emperor could freely move around the Forest Alliance's territory. He could take a good look at Miracle City's technology, and Chu Tian even gave him a miracle helmet. After the Big Dry Emperor saw these things, he deeply understood just how strong Miracle City was. He deeply understood just how big the gap between the Big Dry Empire and Miracle City was. The Big Dry Empire couldn't defeat Miracle City before, so there was no hope now. So other than submitting, they had no other choice. Submitting could at least be exchanged for wealth and prosperity. If they resisted, there would only be death and destruction. Like this, another half a month passed. Meng Qingwu suddenly commanded Chu Tian. His work in the Big Dry Empire was pretty much done, so he had Chu Tian bring the Big Dry Emperor back to the Big Dry Empire. Without another word, Chu Tian called the 4 leaders of the alliance and formed a group of envoys to escort the Big Dry Emperor back to the Big Dry Empire. Both sides held a welcoming ceremony and a negotiation ceremony. In the eyes of the other powers that didn't know the truth, it was just some kind of agreement between Miracle City and the Big Dry Empire. In the end, Miracle City agreed to send the Big Dry Emperor back to the Big Dry Empire. The Big Dry Empire would most likely pay a large amount of compensation, ceding territory and other things, but Miracle City was still Miracle City, and the Big Dry Empire was still the Big Dry Empire. This was a fact that would never change. This was an international convention. After all, an emperor couldn't be killed just like that. Right now, everyone's focus was on the Miracle Continent and Miracle City's new technology. There was news on this side, but the media controlled by Miracle City didn't report much, so no one cared about the situation on this side. Another half a month passed peacefully like this. Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian often appeared on the Miracle Continent, and the Big Dry Emperor became a frequent visitor of the Miracle Continent. Everyone thought that the two sides had turned hostility into friendship. As for what kind of compensation Miracle City and the Big Dry Empire had reached, everyone tried to inquire about it, but the feedback they received was different. But this didn't seem like anything worth paying attention to. The Big Dry Empire was very far from the Forest Alliance, and there were many medium-sized and small-sized countries in between, so it was impossible for the Big Dry Empire to cede territory. At most, they would just pay compensation. But Miracle City didn't lack money at all. Even if they had another 12 billion source stones, it was just icing on the cake for Miracle City. Who would have thought that at this time? A piece of news that would shake the entire continent would be spread. Chu Tian, the Big Dry Emperor, the 6 leaders of the alliance, the Sea Race's representative, and the underground representative, these people gathered in Miracle City and released a shocking piece of news to the entire continent. They were prepared to form a Miracle Federation. This Miracle Federation would be the first federation on the continent, and Miracle City would be the capital of this country. The federation would be divided into 300 states, and there would only be one leader. This leader would be chosen by the federation's parliament. When this news came out, the entire continent was in an uproar. Even in their dreams, they never would have thought that the plot would go in this direction. Actually, Chu Tian forming a new empire-level power in the alliance area was already expected by everyone, so everyone was already prepared for this. Although there was another power on the same level as them on the continent, this wasn't a binding matter for them. However, Miracle City's status and influence had already been accepted by everyone, so this result was understandable. Now, it was different. The Big Dry Empire announced that they would join the Miracle Federation. Perhaps no one didn't understand what this news meant. If Miracle City's alliance could form an empire-level power with the addition of the Big Dry Empire, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The result of this alliance was that Miracle City would become a giant that ruled the entire Western continent, becoming a super empire that surpassed any empire-level power on the continent. Miracle City's alliance area, the Big Dry Empire's area, and the Western Sea, they all had the potential to become an empire. Once the three of them joined together, the hundreds of small and medium-sized kingdoms would definitely submit. This was equivalent to at least 4 or 5 empires tying their resources together. No one on the continent could compare to the Miracle Federation. The rulers of the continent were all panicking this time. This was because Miracle City's ambition had truly shocked them. Now the entire continent was enjoying the benefits of Miracle City's technology, and their relationship with Miracle City was in a honeymoon period. Who would have thought that Miracle City would suddenly make this move, making every power feel a large amount of pressure? What attitude should they use to face Miracle City? This was the most painful and difficult choice of the century. There were several empire-level powers that jumped out to criticize Miracle City's methods. They thought that Miracle City wanted to be a dictator, and they wanted to rule the entire world. So they called for the other empires to join together and stop Miracle City's ambitions from spreading. This kind of worry quickly spread across the continent. People were worried that Miracle City would become too big for them to handle in the end, because at that time, there wouldn't be any power on the continent that could resist the Miracle Federation. Although there were many empires that responded, there were even more empires that were hesitant, especially the 6 empire-level powers that had a close relationship with Miracle City. Although it was hard for them to accept Miracle City's methods, they could feel how strong Miracle City was. Once Miracle City and the Big Dry Empire merged, their position in the Western Sea couldn't be shaken at all. Even if the entire continent attacked Miracle City, they could at least protect themselves. This would inevitably develop into a long war that would last for several decades, or even 100 years. Once they started a war with Miracle City, outer spaces, underground ruins, transportation, and communication, these things would all be cut off. Meng Qingwu saw that the continent's situation had suddenly become serious, but she didn't panic because these rulers' reactions were within her expectations. For such a large matter, if these rulers happily accepted it and didn't raise any objections, it would be strange. Meng Qingwu sent out invitations to all the ruler-level powers on the continent. Miracle City was prepared to hold an empire summit, and this summit would invite all the rulers of the continent, letting everyone gather to discuss this matter. Meng Qingwu knew that although they had taken care of the Big Dry Emperor and the Big Dry Empire, if they didn't shut up the people of the outside world, the Miracle Federation would never be established. This conference was very important. It would even affect the future of the world. Chapter 649. The topic of this Empire Summit was Continent Peace Conference. This conference was proposed by Miracle City, and the location was still the Miracle Royal Palace. Ever since the Miracle Royal Palace was built, it had become the top meeting place on the Miracle Continent. There were a total of 22 empire-level powers on the continent, and 3 of them were special groups that didn't care about worldly matters. Even with such a large matter happening on the continent, they still showed an indifferent attitude. Therefore, other than these 3, there were 19 powers participating in this conference. There was no doubt this was an unprecedented super summit. Each participant was an existence at the peak of the continent. The topic this time was to discuss the establishment of the Miracle Federation and the future development of the continent. Each emperor-level character had serious expressions as they sat in the conference room. Whether their relationship with Miracle City was good or bad, There was not a single emperor that was willing to see Miracle City swallow the big dry empire and become a superpower. Chu Tian, City Lord's thoughts have changed too quickly. Your wedding has yet to settle the storm on the continent. And now you want to establish some miracle federation. Us old fellows really can't keep up with your thoughts. The first to speak was the Dragon Lord from the Dragon Territory. However, as one of the 6 allied countries, the Dragon Territory had a good relationship with Miracle City. Therefore, the Dragon Lord didn't oppose Chu Tian right away. He just patiently said to Chu Tian, "If it's just establishing the Miracle Federation, I think with Miracle City's current reputation, position, and fame, it would be acceptable. The problem now is that the area you've encircled is too large." That's right. The Wild Beast Empire's Wild Beast Emperor couldn't sit still. The Miracle Federation's territory is already larger than the average empire. If the Big Dry Empire is included, it will instantly occupy half of the Western continent and the entire Western Sea. At that time, perhaps even 3 to 5 empires added together wouldn't be able to compare to the Miracle Federation. The Burning Heaven Emperor said, "I ask the City Lord to think twice before acting. After all, your actions will damage the relationship with the countries of the continent and will damage Miracle City's image on the continent. I say, why are you being so polite with him?" An emperor expressed his stance in front of everyone. He was filled with rage as he released a powerful and dignified aura. Each recognized empire on the continent has a long history of over 10,000 years. If your Miracle City rashly swallows one, I think it will cause chaos in the region. It will spread to the entire continent and become the fuse that will cause chaos on the continent. I can't allow this matter to happen. Exactly. Another emperor stood up and said, "The continent has reached a balance. This stable situation has lasted for thousands of years. Although there are occasional conflicts between the empires, there has never been a war that could destroy a country. Miracle City wants to swallow the Big Dry Empire. Isn't this breaking the balance of power?" Objection. Objection. This kind of thing must not happen. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu did not speak, but the whole meeting room was filled with objections. However, this phenomenon was also expected, so the two of them were not surprised by their behavior. They just calmly waited for them to finish speaking. My attitude is very simple. Chu Tian sat calmly in his seat. He was no longer a nobody. Even in the face of these emperors, he would not lose his composure or avoid them. Let's be frank today. I have invited everyone here to discuss how to solve this problem, not to let everyone stop us. Chu Tian, what do you mean by this? You still don't understand? Chu Tian gently snapped his fingers. Miracle City's position is very firm. Whether you agree or not, we will not waver on this matter. The Miracle Federation must be established. This is already an established fact, and no one can stop it from happening. We are here today to discuss a peace agreement based on this established fact, exploring the development of the continent in the next 100 or even 1,000 years, establishing a pattern of common prosperity and development. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The emperors were already beginning to feel angry. This arrogant brat simply did not place them in his eyes at all. The people here were all famous for hundreds or even thousands of years. This brat Chu Tian had just risen on the continent for less than 2 years, yet he dared to not place them in his eyes at all. This was a very vile behavior. Chu Tian did not place them in his eyes at all, so he continued, "The Miracle Federation's establishment is already a trend. It cannot be stopped by any opposing voices. Miracle City has the strongest technology on the continent, and the Big Dry Empire is the strongest empire on the Western Sea. Once our two powers merge to form the Miracle Federation, we will immediately become the strongest power on the Western continent. I might as well say something offensive. At that time, even if everyone works together, they might not be able to defeat us. Everyone's expressions changed. This fellow was just too arrogant. Was he declaring war on all the powers on the continent? Good Chu Tian, I never thought you would be this ambitious. It seems like there's nothing to talk about today. That's right, let's prepare for war. Our 19 powers. Do you think we can't deal with your little miracle federation? No matter how arrogant you are, you shouldn't go too far. The emperors angrily wanted to leave. You all calm down and listen to what he has to say. A cold voice without any anger came over at this time. The one who spoke this time was the Netherworld Sea's Nether King. The Nether King was one of the emperors with the most experience, but because he was an undead, no one knew how long he had lived for. Actually, out of all the emperors present, the Nether King was the one that didn't want to break off relations with Miracle City the most. The undead were said to be immortal and would never grow old. However, those who truly understood the undead would not think so. In fact, the undead could also perish. This was because once they were transformed into undead, all of their senses would cease to exist. Sight, hearing, touch, smell, and so on. In addition, all of their physiological functions would stop. They did not need to eat, reproduce, or sleep. The undead were like a ball of fire in a cage. They could only use a special method to sense the world. The longer the state lasted, the more their soul and mind would decline. The aging of the physical body could be maintained with medicine, but once the soul died, it was irreversible. With the recent birth of the Miracle Continent, large amounts of undead from the Netherworld Sea entered the Miracle Continent. These undead reconstructed their bodies on the Miracle Continent, and they could use biological methods to dissolve the world, which had a large effect on the aging of the undead. The undead were a race that had no desires. The Netherworld Sea was one of the most mysterious powers on the continent, so it was unknown what kind of terrifying background they had. The Netherworld Sea didn't want to participate in the chaotic battles of the continent because wealth and power had no meaning to them. Only by making them truly immortal could they display their greatest value. The emperors that wanted to leave hesitated a bit. The biggest problem now was the attitude of the 6 empires in the Miracle City Alliance. The Netherworld Sea had the deepest background and history among the 6 empires in the Miracle City Alliance. If the Netherworld Sea chose to stand on the side of the Miracle Federation, there was no hope of overthrowing the Miracle Federation at all. If everyone thought about it, Chu Tian's words were a bit arrogant, but it wasn't the truth. Miracle City had developed to this step today. They were no longer existences that could be casually destroyed. The continent's transportation, logistics, and communication systems were all created by Miracle City. This also meant that if they became enemies with Miracle City only needed to cut off these things, and they would quickly return to their previous state. Not to mention attacking Miracle City at that time. The Empire's armies would cross the continent, and it wouldn't even take a year or 2 for them to gather. Miracle City's powerful transportation technology, especially the space gate, as well as the deep space weapons that appeared not long ago, they had the ability to destroy the continent's armies before they gathered. If the continent's armies gathered together, could they defeat the Miracle Federation? This was too difficult. Miracle City's technology was too far ahead of the continent. Every year was a whole new world. Therefore, there were too many uncertainties. When the Big Dry Empire attacked Miracle City was just a power that was a bit weaker than a normal warring kingdom. Who would have thought that the Big Dry Empire would be the losing side? History always had a pattern. Now that the continent's countries were working together to deal with the Miracle Federation, of course it looked like the Miracle Federation had no chance of winning, but who knew the result when they really fought? Once this kind of battle started, it would be very hard to stop. The Miracle Alliance was surrounded by over 20 powers. Even if they couldn't hold on and Miracle City was about to fall, Miracle City could retreat to the Western Sea, underground, or outer space. This way, they wouldn't be able to chase them no matter what. After all, they didn't have the necessary technology. If they couldn't wipe out Miracle City in one go, this power would come back sooner or later, and they would become the continent's nightmare. In today's meeting, they had to continue even if they didn't want to. If they couldn't come up with a satisfactory result, the continent would welcome an unprecedented calamity. Chapter 650. Everyone's attitude was within his expectations. This included the Nether King and the other undead representatives. The reason why Chu Tian dared to be this fearless was because the Miracle Federation had the confidence to dominate an area. Secondly, although the 19 powers were very strong, it wasn't an easy matter for them to work together. It was because they were too strong. It would be hard for them to cooperate sincerely like this. If the empires worked together, Miracle City wouldn't even need to make a move. There would be internal conflicts between the various races and countries because of the inequalities. Frankly speaking, even if they worked together, they would still be a motley crew. Without several years, they wouldn't be able to work together. Now, they could have a proper discussion. Concerning the Miracle Federation, I think I should be the one to speak. Meng Qingwu knew that Chu Tian didn't care about the consequences when he spoke. If he was the one to speak, he might cause some trouble. Therefore, Meng Qingwu personally explained the Miracle Federation's plan. Concerning the establishment of the Miracle Federation, everyone can't just look at the increase in strength. They should also look at our essence. The Burning Heaven Emperor asked, "What is your essence?" No matter how it changes from Miracle City to the Forest Alliance to the Miracle Federation, our essence has never changed, and our essence is miracle commerce. Meng Qingwu slowly said, "We have strong technology as our backing. We have a foothold in business, we develop in business, and we build a country in business. So in the end, we are still a company. Then in terms of our roots, we are just merchants and not ambitious people. Dominating the continent has no meaning for us. We are more inclined to do business with the continent and let the entire continent enjoy Miracle Commerce's products and technology. This is our core. War is the result of political games and competing for benefits. Miracle Commerce is different from the other countries. Our core interest is not in war, but in peace. Therefore, we have no reason to dominate the world. This is because we can rely on our current technology to develop our business to the peak. So in terms of essence, Miracle Commerce is not aggressive. As long as the world is prosperous and we have relations with other countries, we can become the true winners." Everyone knit their brows. Although these words were reasonable, but it was too difficult to convince these people. From the few years that Miracle Commerce has appeared on the continent, we have never occupied a single inch of land. We have always used cooperation and openness as our main method. The Miracle Federation still believes in this. Meng Qingwu said this, and then added, "The times are different now. Everyone can see that Miracle City has begun to spread across the continent. The technology we control is becoming more and more precious and powerful, but our overall strength can't compare to anyone here. The continent's situation is very stable now, so we can barely hold our current position. This is the so-called unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky. If there is a large-scale war, Miracle City will be the first to be fought over by the various countries. Do you think we can be at ease?" Meng Qingwu said solemnly, "Miracle City's technology stands at the pinnacle of this world, but we don't have the corresponding power to protect this technology. It was like a frail child guarding a huge vault, surrounded by a group of strong men. The instability and hidden dangers of such an existence were far greater than the rise of a superpower. We had no choice but to use this method to increase our confidence. Now that the continent is becoming one, we are bound together for good or bad. I hope that war will never happen." Miracle City's technology was indeed too attractive. If they fell out with Miracle City, now, both sides would suffer losses. No one would gain any benefits from this matter. The Wind Moon Empress couldn't help saying, "Then what are you prepared to do? Since you invited us here, you must have already thought of a solution." The Wind Moon Empress was one of the most difficult emperors. This reason was very laughable. These emperors were addicted to playing on the Miracle Continent, and there were many interesting inventions from Miracle City. These empires were the first to benefit from it compared to the other empires on the continent. Therefore, they were the most affected, and now they had to suddenly break off relations with Miracle City. This was a very difficult choice. It really was a very difficult choice. For today's meeting, we are only the organizers. We hope to form an alliance between the 19 of you. Meng Qingwu didn't beat around the bush. At the same time, we hope to gather the strength of the 19 countries to create a joint council that will protect peace and prosperity on the continent. Meng Qingwu continued to add, "The Miracle Federation is willing to promise that they will forever remain neutral, not roping in any power, and accept the joint council's supervision. No matter what happens on the continent, they will not use any force to invade a city or land. If they violate the contract, they will be attacked by the entire world." This contract placed the Miracle Federation on the opposite side of all the powers on the continent. If the Miracle Federation made any movements, the entire world would join together to deal with the Miracle Federation. An emperor said, "The Miracle Federation is developing very quickly. Who knows what the future will be like? We might have a chance of winning now, but what about in 10 or 100 years? This is another important bargaining chip that we have to propose today." Meng Qingwu had already thought of this relationship. Miracle Commerce will lift the ban on all goods from today onwards. We can build transport gates on the continent for free, which will be managed by the Joint Council. Other than that, we will sell 50% of Miracle City's high-end weapons, from the warships to the deep space weapons. We will allow Miracle City's weapons to flow across the continent, increasing the continent's strength like this. This was a rather sincere condition. Actually, everyone understood in their hearts that Miracle City, swallowing the big dry empire, was just completing their path of domination ahead of time. Otherwise, with Miracle City's current development, even if they didn't swallow the big dry empire, as long as they formed the Miracle Federation and developed for 8-10 years, Miracle City could still become the overlord of the continent. This was a hard-to-change fact, unless they destroyed the Miracle Federation before it matured. But was this easier said than done? The main difference between the Miracle Federation and the countries of the continent was in technology. If they couldn't make up for this difference in technology and weapons, the result would be the same even if the Miracle Federation didn't swallow the big dry empire. Now that Miracle City had swallowed the big dry empire as a condition, they were willing to sell half of their most advanced weapons. This was equal to giving the other countries of the continent the ability to make super weapons. This way, the continent's strength could be balanced. No matter how powerful the weapons are, they are still made by Miracle City, so it's hard for us to be assured. An emperor that opposed the Miracle Federation loosened a bit, but he threw out a new condition. It's not impossible for the Miracle Federation to be formed. We request that Miracle City release a portion of their technology. Yes, before Meng Qingwu could say anything, Chu Tian directly answered for her. Miracle City can release their military technology. For example, the source energy machines, the mecha armors, and the warships. We can release all of these military technology. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Miracle Commerce was really willing to release the source energy weapons manufacturing technology. This was a very important piece of technology. If the people of the continent could make source energy weapons, the strength of the continent would increase by leaps and bounds. Everyone wouldn't be afraid of Miracle City like they were now. Meng Qinggu slightly knit her brows, but she quickly relaxed. They would release it then. Miracle City had spent 4 years to stabilize their technology, so the countries of the continent would need at least 5-8 years to understand it. Now, Miracle Commerce controlled the main resource fields and resource channels of the continent, so they could create the most perfect production chain in this period of time. So what if the countries of the continent had the related technology? The talents, resources, and production chain were all controlled by Miracle City. If they wanted to make large warships, it wouldn't be enough without at least 10 years. Even if the other powers controlled Miracle City's technology, controlling this technology and developing it were two different things. They could only make source energy cannons and guided missiles in the first few years. It was impossible for them to make high-level products. Miracle City's high-level weapons, especially the large motherships, deep space weapons, and etc., were actually made from many fields of technology. Not only did it include the source energy weapons, it also included the energy field, the smart brain field, and etc. It was already not bad if these empire powers could make simple source energy cannons and guided missiles in the early stages. Miracle City's lead in equipment would not stop, but it also gave these powers a chance to resist. Chu Tian added another clause: we can release the secret information on the source energy weapons, but the continent's treaty will also be changed. After the Miracle Federation is formed, we will not expand, and we will not take the initiative to annex any land outside of the Federation. This treaty didn't sound any different, but there was a big trick in it. Not taking the initiative didn't mean they wouldn't annex. This also meant that if a few small to medium-sized kingdoms wanted to join the Miracle Federation, they wouldn't touch the continent's treaty. This could be considered leaving a path of retreat for the Miracle Federation in the future. The empires discussed this for a while. The Wind Moon Empress, the Dark Night Elven King, the Nether King, the Dragon Elder, the Heaven Burning Emperor, and the Wild Beast Emperor. The 6 empires all expressed their agreement. This was because the 6 empires had been working with Miracle City for a long time. They had even supported and trained their own allies in the alliance. Therefore, compared to others, they were the beneficiaries. Therefore, they were more willing to accept this matter. Now that Miracle City was willing to release their military technology, the continent would be in a new balance in the future. The Miracle Federation's formation was already inevitable. Since they couldn't stop this matter from happening, they had to go with the flow and obtain as many benefits as possible from this matter. The 6 empire-level powers all agreed. What could the others do if they didn't agree? The people present weren't fools. No one wanted to see a power that surpassed all the empires on the continent, but the Miracle Federation was too powerful, and they had the help of the 6 empires. Even if the other powers worked together, it would be hard for them to resist, so they could only agree in the end. Everyone spent several days discussing the details. Finally, the continent's treaty and the joint parliament were formed. This treaty was the first treaty signed by all the emperors on the continent. There were over 1,000 rules that firmly bound the continent, laying the foundation for the continent's development for the next 1,000 years.